social y movilidad humana en las Américas, políticas, estrategias y modelos de abordaje con la población migrante. Esta conferencia de los modelos de abordaje con poblaciones migrantes tiene como objetivo reflexionar sobre los procesos de movilidad humana a través de nuestro continente, a partir del trabajo colaborativo entre las escuelas, facultades, departamentos y programas de trabajo social de Canadá, Estados Unidos, México, Centroamérica, Suramérica y los organismos públicos de la sociedad civil organizada en instancias nacionales e internacionales. Sean todos bienvenidos. Para dar inicio oficial, le damos la palabra al profesor Alexis Cerrato, coordinador de la carrera de Trabajo Social de la Facultad de Ciencias Sociales de la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Honduras. Adelante, profesor. Nacional de Instituciones de Educación Superior en Trabajo Social en México ha propiciado diversas reflexiones en sus conferencias binacionales, integrando a las distintas universidades de la región y del mundo. Los flujos de la movilidad humana continúan suscitándose por fenómenos sociales que obligan a repensar a la ciudadanía, los derechos humanos de todas las personas en condiciones de movilidad humana, al igual que los modelos que lo intervienen. Para continuar con el programa, le damos la palabra a la directora de la Escuela Nacional de Trabajo Social de la Universidad Autónoma de México, la presidenta de la Red Nacional de Instituciones de Educación Superior en Trabajo Social, la maestra Carmen Casas Ratiel. Adelante con la reseña de la conferencia.
Claro que sí. Muchas gracias. Pues muy buenos días a todas y todos. Quiero decirles que nos da mucho gusto que estemos ya iniciando, arrancando esta actividad tan importante en medio de un contexto de por sí bastante complicado. Compartirles que desde, como bien comentaba nuestro moderador, que desde el año 2016 a iniciativa de la Red Nacional de Instituciones de Educación Superior en Trabajo Social, la RENIES, se construyeron los pilares de estos encuentros binacionales, primero entre México y Estados Unidos. Ya desde ese entonces, directivas, directivos y profesionales con vocación por las agendas de migrantes y refugiados de nuestras instituciones visibilizaban la importancia de abordar el rol, agenda y desafíos de profesionales de trabajo social en procesos migratorios. Por ello, celebro la sensibilidad científica de los equipos organizadores y directivos para comprender y responder a la complejidad creciente del fenómeno de la movilidad humana que nos llevó a trazar convocatorias de una versión binacional a esta a escala regional y yo diría cada vez más hemisférica. La trayectoria de las conferencias ha tenido por sede la Universidad de Sonora, la Universidad de Houston, la Universidad de Nuevo León, la Universidad de San Antonio, Texas, la Universidad Autónoma de Coahuila, la Universidad de Chicago, la Universidad de Río Grande Valley, la UNAM y ahora la Universidad de Honduras. Sobre todo en esas escuelas y facultades de trabajo social, sumando de manera especial la presencia de las universidades hermanas de Calgary, Canadá, y de las universidades públicas y privadas de Centroamérica y la Red Nacional de Migración, impulsada por la propia Red Nacional de Instituciones de Educación Superior en Trabajo Social, a quienes les hago llegar un cordial saludo y agradecimiento por impulsar estas importantes reflexiones académicas. Las sedes y redes simbolizan el testimonio de nuestro compromiso con los nuevos mapas de desafío, los nuevos riesgos frontales, las dinámicas de crisis traumáticas y existencial sobre los éxodos y trayectorias de personas y familias migrantes. Han sido diseños de convocatorias y eventos de proyección transnacional muy importantes, de una colaboración estrecha con jornadas y reuniones ejecutivas, pero que a su vez con gran discernimiento sobre el estado de cambio de las épocas y de los temas desde los cuales podemos afrontarnos como sociedades, pero sobre todo como profesionales de la investigación e intervención en estos procesos y realidades desafiantes. Hemos cultivado, pues, una comunidad y redes de especialistas en trabajo social y migración, con una mirada y un compromiso de sensibilidad y desarrollo y comprensión muy rigurosa de las trayectorias diagnósticos e intervenciones en torno a la ciudadanía, los derechos humanos, la educación para la paz y una política social transnacional que impacte en los procesos migratorios actuales. Asistimos de manera abrupta a la crisis mundial de la capacidad de garantizar la existencia de programas internacionales, equipos de profesionales multidisciplinarios, agendas y procesos de acompañamiento humanitario con capacidad integral de responder a los riesgos, injusticias y desafíos que afrontamos en materia de movilidad humana transnacional. Cambia a su vez el mapa, los nudos de políticas y gobiernos, las coaliciones de naciones que expulsan migrantes, que están dispuestos a suprimir agendas inclusivas, a espaciar el odio, el racismo, la violencia política estatal, la suspensión de derechos constitucionales y la xenofobia contra este perfil de comunidades. Por ello, los temas de la conferencia regional son las piezas muestra de nuestra capacidad de construir nuestras perspectivas diagnósticas, colaborativas, intervenciones y políticas transnacionales desde un trabajo social interdisciplinario, multidisciplinario, por supuesto, y contemporáneo. Los ejes de esta conferencia tienen de por sí importantes temas como lo son políticas públicas nacionales e internacionales, derechos humanos, intervención social con personas migrantes, violencia y por lo tanto el abordaje del desplazamiento interno o transnacional forzado, la migración y escenarios de guerra regional e internacional, el crimen organizado, personas migrantes, la trata de personas, xenofobia, discriminación y violencia. Finalmente, el eje 5 sobre el tema género con aportes de intervención sobre mujeres en tránsito y trayectorias de vida, vulnerabilidades de mujeres y niñas migrantes, migración y protección a los migrantes de la comunidad LGBTIQ+. Como presidenta de la Red de Instituciones de Educación Superior en Trabajo Social y directora de la Escuela Nacional de Trabajo Social y testiga fiel de la capacidad de trabajo de todas y todos quienes han contribuido a construir la conferencia regional que hoy impulsamos, quiero agradecer cumplidamente la hospitalidad, anfitrionía y apoyo incondicional de nuestra honrosa sede actual por la Universidad Autónoma de Honduras de esta novena Conferencia Regional de Trabajo Social y Movilidad Humana en las Américas, políticas, estrategias y modelos de abordaje con población migrante. Gracias también a los equipos que estuvieron transitando por horas en diferentes reuniones académicas, de logística, para poder llevar a cabo esta novena conferencia regional. Gracias también a la participación de ponentes, tanto profesoras, profesores, investigadoras, investigadores, estudiantes que han estado participando desde las diferentes universidades y que verán reflejados sus trabajos en los próximos días. Como bien comentó el decano de la universidad, que pues tendrá sede el día de hoy como inauguración y los próximos días 5, 6 y 7 bueno, 5 y 6 de marzo. Muchas gracias y por mi raza hablará el espíritu.
Muchas gracias a la directora de la Escuela Nacional de Trabajo Social de la Universidad Autónoma de México, la maestra Carmen Casas Ratia, quien nos dio esa interesante reseña de la conferencia, ¿verdad? Y su historia y cómo hemos venido evolucionando y llegando hasta este momento tan importante. Es tiempo de pasar a las palabras de inauguración y estas serán dadas por la decana de la Facultad de Ciencias Sociales de la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Honduras, la máster Carmen Julia Fajardo Cardona. Adelante.
Buenos días a todas y todos, distinguidos profesionales del trabajo social, académicos, investigadores y asistentes. Antes de comenzar, quiero extender un saludo a la directora de la Escuela Nacional de Trabajo Social de la UNAM y presidenta de la Red Nacional de Instituciones de Educación Superior en Trabajo Social, Carmen Casas Ratia, a la jefe del Departamento de Trabajo Social de la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Honduras, Ulta Borjas, al coordinador de la carrera de Trabajo Social, Alexis Cerrato, y a los participantes y al público que nos acompaña en este día. Es un honor darle la bienvenida a la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Honduras, donde llevaremos a cabo la novena Conferencia Regional de Trabajo Social y Movilidad Humana de la América, 26 de febrero 2025. En nombre de la Facultad de Ciencias Sociales, en nombre de la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Honduras, nos enorgullece recibiros en nuestro país y en esta su universidad. Sea la sede de este evento regional dedicado a fortalecer el compromiso con la justicia social y los derechos humanos, así como el diálogo y la colaboración entre países de la región para abordar los desafíos y oportunidades relacionadas con la migración y la movilidad de las personas. El trabajo social como disciplina dentro de las ciencias sociales juega un papel crucial en la construcción de las sociedades más justas y equitativas. Nuestra labor trasciende la asistencia y se convierte en una herramienta de transformación social para dar soluciones a la pobreza, la violencia la exclusión y en este caso la movilidad humana. Desde su inicio en 2016, esta conferencia ha sido un espacio fundamental para el análisis, la discusión y la generación de estrategias frente a los desafíos de la migración, especialmente los derechos humanos de los migrantes, políticas migratorias, integración y la cooperación internacional en la gestión de la movilidad humana. Este año, bajo el tema políticas, estrategias y modelos de abordaje con poblaciones migrantes, abordaremos ejes que nos permitirán comprender y mejorar las condiciones de movilidad humana. Analizaremos el impacto de las políticas públicas nacionales e internacionales, identificando las reformas necesarias para una migración más justa. También se profundizará en la defensa de los derechos humanos, garantizando la justicia e inclusión para las personas migrantes. La migración sigue siendo un fenómeno determinante en Honduras, tanto a nivel interno como externo. Durante el 2024, el Instituto Nacional de Migración, IN, reportó 369.258 migrantes ingresaron al país en tránsito hacia los Estados Unidos, reflejando una leve disminución en comparación con el año anterior de 545.043 migrantes. Al mismo tiempo, la migración interna ha afectado un 24.3% de la población, con más de 2 millones de hondureños desplazándose dentro del país en busca de mejores condiciones de vida. Estos movimientos responden a factores como la pobreza, la falta de empleo, la inseguridad, que siguen empujando miles a personas para dejar sus hogares en busca de nuevas oportunidades. Por otro lado, las cifras de retornos han mostrado una tendencia a la baja, con 34.386 hondureños repartidos durante el 2024.
Thousand um, of Hondurans in the city of Alabama. This could also be um, and show that the challenges that people plan to travel in an irregular way.
Han dificultado aún más el sueño de muchos compatriotas de establecerse en el extranjero. Al mismo
To
tiempo, la
at the
deuda
same
migratoria
time, the
incrementa el riesgo de
dependence
una
of
realidad para las
uh,
familias, lo que demuestra que la
remiss
migración, aunque riesgosa,
shows
puede
that
ser una herramienta
immigration
significativa para mejorar la calidad de
it's an
vida.
alternative
Ante este
to
panorama, es
have a better
fundamental
quality
considerar
of
las
life.
diferentes
It's
estrategias de abordaje
fundamental
a
that
causa del acelerado de la
Honduras
migración, la
has
generación de empleo, el
structural
fortalecimiento del
developed
sistema
structural
educativo y la mejora de la
ways
seguridad
for the education
migratoria se incluye la
system
migración,
and
la generación de
also
empleo. Además, es necesario garantizar políticas
also
económicas
necessary
que
to
desarrollen
guarantee
facilitando su reinserción a
support
los migrantes
policies for
hondureños.
those
Solo con un
who
enfoque
come back to the
interdisciplinario
country.
será
Only
posible reducir
with
la migración forzada y construir un futuro donde los hondureños puedan prosperar
a
sin necesidad
promising
de abandonar sus hogares.
focus, we would have to
Este es un evento que
Honduran
ayuda a
people
compartir
have
conocimientos
to are
y
going to
también a
find a
elaborar
way
acción,
to
ya
have a
que la
better
migración
quality
no
of
solo
life
afecta
without
a
leaving
los
the
extranjeros,
country.
sino
We're
a
working
todos
so
aquellos
that
que buscan empleo
migration
y garantía.
doesn't become
Con estas
a
palabras
social
finales,
phenomenon but
aprovecho
a
para
human
felicitar
right.
este trabajo
With
social y
this,
movilidad
I want to
humana
say thank
en
you
las Américas.
for
Es
this
importante que
conference of
este
social
evento
work
inspire a
and
seguir
the
trabajando,
Americans.
soluciones juntos
It
para
also
lograr
helps
la
us
noble
to
visión
come
de
with
una
solutions
Migratory
and
nacional
ideas
de
in
gestión
regards
realizada
to
en la Facultad de
um,
Ciencias Sociales.
Dean
Bienvenidos y damos por inaugurada
to the Dean and I.
esta
We
conferencia.
welcome
Muchas
you
gracias.
to this conference.
Excelente, agradecemos a la decana de la Facultad de Ciencias Sociales de la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Honduras, la máster Carmen Julia Fajardo,
Ms.
por
Carmen Julia
estas
Fajardo,
palabras y dar por
for her
iniciado
words and
oficialmente
for
a la novena
opening
Conferencia
officially
Mundial de
our
Trabajo
ninth
Social y
Regional
Movilidad
Conference of
Humana en
Social
las
Work and
Américas,
Human Mobility,
políticas, estrategias y modelos de abordaje con
politics,
poblaciones
strategies, and
migrantes. Bien, es
approaches
por
in
iniciadas
migrant
las
conditions.
conferencias
It's
de
now
hoy.
time to begin with the
Ahora iniciamos con
sessions,
la
the
conferencia
opening
especial que
sessions
tenemos, la primera de esta
for the
jornada,
day. For
es
today,
titulada Elementos
the
para
first
la
presentation
la
is
movilidad
Elements for Analysis of Human Mobility, a global look, global, regional, and national look. Before I present the project coordinator, Dr. Indira Yaceira Rios Martinez, I will read a brief bio so we can know a bit more about her experience and her trajectory. Dr. Indira Rios Martinez received a PhD in migrant studies in from COLEF in Baja California, Mexico. She has a master's in learning innovation from La Salle University in Nicaragua, and she has an undergraduate degree in educational administration from the Autonomous University of Honduras. In addition to her pedagogical experience, she also has more than 10 years of teaching experience as a professor and experience teaching at all educational levels. She is an independent researcher in the social sciences. She created the social circle and experiences in the process of popular education. She's part of the science committee and reading committee of the international journal Interdisciplinaria Bilingüe in English, Spanish, and French, which is a magazine of the humanities. She's also been part of sustainable approaches in 2024 and the National Survey of Immigration of Honduras in 2023. Directed by the National Institute of Statistics and the International Organization of Immigration. She was a member of the board of the advisory committee for the president of Honduras, and she was a co-founder and member of a coalition for migrants based in the US. She was a member of the network of Women Free from Violence, a member of the Organization for Women of Sciences for World Development. And I will now cede the microphone to the Dr. Indira Rios Martinez with the opening session for today, a global, regional, and national look at human mobility. Welcome. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Eber. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you perfectly, and we can see you as well. Okay, I will go ahead and share my screen, share the presentation.
¿Ya la están viendo?
Can you see it? Yes, we can. Perfect. Thank you so much. Everyone who's here listening, thank you to all the universities that are participating, to the colleagues who have taken on the task of organizing this space of reflection and debate and of sharing learning. That's the richness of learning and everything having to do with the analysis and transformation of the reality that we live in. And here's the title of this 9th Regional Conference of Social Work and Human Mobility in the Americas. I will share, and this is the topic that we proposed for this conference, titled Elements for Analysis of Human Mobility, a Global, Regional, and National Look. And the main goal of this conference is to offer a wide look that includes political and economic factors that influence human mobility, and in doing so reflect so that the human beings who are part of these journeys don't face barriers and politics that wish to expel them. a lot of times these people who face these journeys lose their lives. And some of the topics that we will look at today for today's analysis, these are main elements of some migratory theories. We'll try to look at some global um, data on human mobility and also looking at data in regards to this continent. We'll look at data of migrant flow through Honduras, the topic of speeches, speeches of terror and displacement, and that will be an analysis of what we face in actuality. We'll also look at some interviews of what migrants have to say. It's always important to listen to this voice, the voices of those who face the realities of these laws. So we did have, I will share some interviews with you, and we'll look at responses of organizations and governments, and we'll close with some reflections. Some migratory theories. One of the traditional ones, the neoclassical theory, which proposes, or the way that it explains immigration, is that it's a rational decision, individual decision, that the person who migrates, they value the cost and benefit of this, and especially when it comes to the financial situation, to decide if they immigrate or not. We also have the theory of the new economy of immigration, which proposes something similar. It says that this decision is not individual, it is rather a familiar choice. The family evaluates as a family who should go, who should migrate, and together the decision is made. And they do evaluate as well the the cost benefit analysis. There's traditionalism more than a theory, so perspective. It does inform migratory theories, and it studies those connections that occur despite the border. We start to see transnational families, for example, how this geographical distance, how being, for example, if a father is in another country from their from the mother and the children, these familial dynamics, the affection, these dynamics are reinvented and they're also fragmented. Some dynamics are fragmented as well. All of these theories together, they they're posed from the destination countries. And then in the 60s, 70s, we start to see more theories that come from the origin countries, the countries of origin. And these are more complete in character. They're not limited to saying this is an individual decision. They propose we need to see the person is subject to certain social dynamics in their country of origin. There is a context and there's a historical reality, and we cannot separate that from the individual. This historic reality, be it analyzing the country of origin and the country of destination. Um, there's the theory by Emmanuel Weinstein, which proposes that we need to look at financial relationships, economical relationships, political nexus, economic nexus of the destination countries toward the countries of origin. That's the historical component I mentioned. There is also historic materialism, There's a theory of dependence which analyzes how these countries, it's called periphery capitalism, which are Central America and some South American countries with economic, more independent economies. They're kind of the center of the global economies. And this feeds into the perspective of the South. Another characteristic that many people have analyzed are how, in some ways, these migratory analysis and speeches, there's a hegemonic proposals. What do I mean by that? I mean that these topics of migration that was framed as a personal decision and was separated from the context. This perspective of the South says, hold on, we can't approach this way. This can't be just a personal decision because there are political, social, and economical elements. Let's say that they condition the mobility of a person or entire societies. Let's say it's a more complete theory, but it's not like the speeches it's that are predominant in these narratives. This is an academic debate, and there's m- migration due to financial reasons. When a country of origin, maybe the person cannot have access to basic rights like education and health, of living arrangements, housing. Maybe there's violence in the country of origin. I'm here to share a little bit of that's proposed by this perspective of the South. It poses that it rests on the critical Latin American thought with the paradigm of unequal development, the center periphery, and it frames a critical concept of neoliberal globalization. The perspective of the South signals the structural and strategic dimension in which the political power and the economical power reside. This theory also frames the complexity in mentioning structural elements, and it seeks to connect them in the study of the global. But it doesn't stop there, it also takes the analysis to the local level, let's say even the daily lives of these men and women who are in these economic contexts, and how these dynamics, these structural dynamics are reflected in the daily lives of these migrant communities. And in the global context, it's important to consider the historic connections, and it's important to analyze these relationships of dependency. The authors also propose uh, in an analysis of this theory, they write a lot of analyses of how societies are expelled. And that economic analysis says that if people are expelled, there is no free movement, but there is free movement of capital on a global scale. So they say that in today's capitalism, we face new logics of expulsion in which companies, people are expelled by a system of accumulation that is extreme, and this has been allowed by a reduction in public spending. It's resulted in unemployment, raising higher costs of living, and it has exacerbated inequality. So they're saying inequalities are unsustainable. These inequalities expel and displace entire populations. After these theories, these migratory theories, there is a debate here. It's a personal decision to migrate or not, or is it truly a forced displacement? Many people say that the context in which the idea of asylum is very different from ours. This idea comes from the Cold War. So we need to update this concept because it so it corresponds with today's context, the debate of economic migration, um, regular or irregular migration. Human mobility has been part of the human experience throughout all of history, and borders are a term that are recent and created by humanity. And this debate also belongs to the communities who left their country of origin, and it also contributes to growth. And I just share this along with the theories I shared.
We're now going to share some data and what is this worldwide human mobility. Upon analyzing for 2024, there was around 8,200 uh, people in the world, and uh, only about human mobility, there's only 1.3%, 2,068 million people, and from there, 48% of them are women, in which corresponds to 135,000 million. And at the end, for um 47 million people who are men are in mobile human mobility that are migrants. Also, there's 169,000 um that are working, in which we're going to say that have gone, that are gone. And in regards to that percentage, there's 28 boys and girls, 28,000, um, in which represent only 10%. So for every immigrant, there's a child. So after, there's also a percentage in which 76 million of people who are um, human mobility. And also it happened from all of this too, right? And then how they stop and analyze 2 decades ago the growth of immigration. So for the year 2000, there was 150 million international migrants, which means in Texas of the original country, in part to the another different country. For by 2024, 2 decades later, these amount grew to 281 million of international migrants. And after 2 decades, it grew to an 87%, in which we would also say it doubled, and this validity became complicated. So it's still 3.3%. Um, Absolute values, I don't have uh, a huge amount compared to the amount of men and women that live on planet Earth. And the main countries of destiny of international migration, of course, we have the United States. The second is Germany, and then Saudi Arabia, Russia, United Kingdom, um, Arab, Emirate Arabics, French, Canada, Australia, and Spain. And then we have the main countries of origin of international migration, which is India, Mexico, Russia, China, Syria, Bangladesh, amongst others. Uh, in the original countries, we're gonna have among these countries, there's gonna be armed conflict, catastrophes related to climate change, and also we're gonna have we would say that there's before moving on, we would like to show with all this quantitative information in which we have in regards to human mobility, um, that we're always we're always going to be making estimates where it has not been recorded, in which all women have not recorded, all men and women have not been recorded. Why? Because migrant people wa- want to be as invisible as possible because of restricting policies in which does not allow him to travel any further. Um, so we would like to say that these are human lives in which, unfortunately, um, there's assassination by omission since 2014 to February 2025. Unfortunately, there's around 2,730 human lives just because migrating uh, have lost their lives. And this is also um, we don't know how many people um are left behind in the Mediterranean, in the desert, or in the jungle of Darien, and we we can never find out. So, which is very unfortunately how from 2021 to 2024, even though it's an approximate, we see an increase of when we speak of human mobility, with one life that is lost, it should be something alarming in which we find measures, or we have to find measures that where humanity is respected, because this shows us that it shows us that this is happening and we don't talk about it, and we don't do anything about it. We don't find a way to end this or to find a solution to it. And all of this death, um, more than half of it, if you can see here, are men and women, which is the cause of and one of the main causes of when they lose their life is because they they drowned, and it's an approximate worldwide about men and women who unfortunately um their lives have been taken away. And as you can see here, death by region, we have America, Europe, human mobility. As you can see, the amount is alarming in the Mediterranean. And also there's disappearance in Asia and elsewhere. Also, as you can hear, human trafficking. Um, we have here analyzing the the amount of human lives that are being sold. Um, and these speeches in regards to walls and restrictions benefit certain certain amounts of money, whether it's drugs or others, but it's also called human trafficking. We can see how many victims they are. And according to the statistics, the majority are women and girls, but also men are affected. And as you can see, this is um, a small a sneak peek of how much people, how many victims are, how many of these people become victims of these gangs and taking advantage of human mobility in which they are captured. And also, we can see that in the continent of America, it has been more than 100 uh, victims, and also in Europe, 30,000 victims that have been identified between 2022 and up. As you can see, we have the growth of
pues pasaron de 128 millones a 831 millones de
the
dólares.
growth of how of money that it's been sent back to to their country of origins. We see in the year 2000, it's been 128 million of dollars. Up to the year 2022, $31 million where migrants send money back to their families. And in many countries, we can see that the foreign investment is higher. And as well, we can see that there's been lots of debates amongst governments in which they want to associate this idea where the immigrant is responsible for the development of the country. But we have to remember that the one responsible is the state. Um, through different ways of organization, we have to see through these objective analysis first per se in Honduras that the majority of this managed is for the support of the population. So how are we going to give then another burden to the migrant? They can contribute, but then how and what are the terms that are supposed to be clear? As you can see, uh, the main countries of destinations in which migrant families send money to their home country for 2023, it has been an approximate of 857 billion of dollars, and the main countries have been India, Mexico, China, Philippines, and France.
De dar un poco también algunos datos generales, digamos, sobre la movilidad humana en distintas regiones. Digamos, en el caso del continente americano,
In regards to the American continent,
pues cuenta con un poco más de 78 millones de migrantes internacionales.
in regards to 78.7 million um, total of international migrants, and fun fact is that an interesting fact is that, well, this is an approximate. In Europe, that there's around 5 million of these migrants, and in Oceania, there's people that are come from Latin America and the Caribbean and um, the American continent, you can see that there's around um, 7 million people um, that had to forcefully by force have to migrate. And in the African country, there's around 21 million people that were born in an African country, but they live in another region. They migrated to another region. Um, but there's also the majority the majority of migrants as well. Around 19.5 million are live in another region, especially in Europe and also in Asia. Also, we have in Asia, talking more about Asia immigration migration. By the year 2020, more than approximately the interpreter couldn't hear the sound cut for a moment. Let's continue. More than 17 million that lived in North America and 23 million of people that are in the Asian continent lived in Europe. And then Europe also has 87 million international migrants, approximately. Um, the sound is cut. The sound is cutting. This is the interpreter. The sound is cutting off for a moment. Now the sound is back. We'll continue. So now talking about the United States talking about immigration, uh, there's around 52 million immigrants approximately, which the majority came from Latin America and the Caribbean, and 7 million from Europe and 18 million from Asia. And as we're now approaching to the American continent, these are the disappearance and deaths per year of migrant people in the American continent from the years 2004 to 2005 in the month of February. We can see traveling from Guatemala, Mexico, and going through the jungle of Darien, in which people can take over a week walking and crossing that jungle. There also been deaths due to drowning, and um, it's very risky, in which the sound is cutting off again.
Cuerpo humano puede ser pues desaparecido, ¿verdad? Por cualquier animal de los que yacen en estos ambientes.
Also, there's been disappearance due. Okay, how's my time management?
Bien, fíjense bien, cuando se habla de
Okay, when we talk about traveling, uh, the migrant travels, we can see that there's some that migrate um, by force, and the majority are are from Mexico.
caso es el top 10 de los países que han solicitado.
And here are the top 10 countries that have requested asylum in Mexico. This shows that these are the nationalities that have requested asylum in this country. And in 3 years, Honduras for several years have been in the first spot since 2023. And as you can see in um, in which they spend a lot of time in regards to other countries. And as you can see, you can see Latin America, Cuba, Haiti, El Salvador, Chile, and other countries. And if you can see right here, let's just say country of Central America, in which they have a story in which it has been um, politics or social. And well, Nicaragua during the 80s suffered from armed conflicts to on um, in compared to Honduras, um, in which they begin with bigger numbers because the boom of um, Honduran migration uh, comes to be with structural reforms during the 90s and the economic packages and Hurricane Mitch, in which for the first time TPS is approved for Hondurans. Um, and it's related to this natural phenomenon. So now, um, talking about climate change, which is not something new, that it's along with I realize that it's a great subject, and there's been communities in which they have been sick, um, where everyone should had like rashes on their skin and water sources disappear, and this also causes migration, displacement. We also have um, problems, economical or political.
Este 24 de los países que han sido, aquí, o sea, está la solicitud de asilo, eso no quiere decir que que va a ser reconocido como un refugiado donde lo solicita, ¿verdad? Y en este caso,
In this case, Honduras is one of the countries where more men and women have been recognized as refugees. If you notice, 70,953 out of a total of 140,000 in one decade, which tells us that Hondurans, as a hypothesis and supported by this fact, is having or is developing
el suelo mexicano. Y esto también se
uh,
puede analizar a la
support from Mexican ground. And this can also be looked at through other lenses through data I'm about to show.
Luego, aquí tenemos un poco el análisis de lo que han
Here
sido.
we have an analysis of.
Es para el debate.
It's also for debate. In
Desde el gobierno, la figura que ellos
Mexico,
están usando ahora, pues es
they're using
personas
this
devueltas.
figure of
Ya no se dicen
returned people.
deportados.
They don't call them deportees. In a way, it softens that action that is not really a soft action of returning or someone. Or here we can see in this table that from 2009 to 2024, there is a comparison of El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. These are the number of people repatriated by the Mexican migratory authorities. If you look at 2023, with Andrés Manuel López Obrador in power, there is a reduction of people that are returned. And here the hypotheses had changed in 2024. These figures are much lower, so we could say that last year, according to the National Institute of Migration, we'll see the graph in a moment, the number of Hondurans who were deported decreased. And one hypothesis could be that Hondurans being the ones that solicit the most asylum, we could it could be that they're remaining in Mexico. That could be an hypothesis. Migratory flows aren't absolute. They offer an idea, but they don't offer the big picture. And in relation with these main um, places of return, in the US, it's 82%, Spain, 10%, which has gone up a lot, and Mexico, about 4%. These are the main destinations of Honduran migration, and this is until 2023. This is a national survey of migration. We should see what that figure is into the 3 years. Oh, doctor, to let you know that we have 8 minutes. Wow, thank you. I'll move faster. Now, the profile of the Honduran human rights. Um, we do need to speak about the political situation in 2009. At that time, the Honduran government declared an emergency due to the mobility uh, of children that were unaccompanied. And this is data gathered from 2012. And what we see in this familial mobility is for other countries as well. It's not just Honduras. And so we see this as a general profile of Latin America. I've been able to see this in migrants. Let's say a Venezuelan family. We don't see, as we have in the past, like parents and the children as we have in the past. This is a characteristic that we've seen of the families. I have a research focusing just on that. Who leaves or who stays. But it offers another picture of migration. We also have households here on a national level who receive remittances. We see that it's 17.7% with the history of migration and 24.8% of households in this country receive remittances. And this is to stress this, the mobility of families and children from these three countries. And here, what I mentioned, this figure that decreased in 2024, And why are there fewer Hondurans being deported? Are they staying in Mexico? Here we have the remittances that receive, and we can see that these amounts are exceed the foreign investment. Here I have a comparison of how many, if you look, we can compare this to January and February of 2024, and it's not that big of a difference. Here we have speech and politics of terror and displacement, walls and criminalization of women and men who migrate. Why, from the speeches of Donald Trump, they criminalize the Latino, the Hispanic person, more so than just criminalizing criminals. And this tradition of building walls, restricting human mobility, it's not a new idea from the United States. We could look at deportations to Mexico from 1954, Operation Wetback, the law in 1986, the creation in 2001 of the Department of Homeland Security, in which they start to treat this topic of immigration very differently. Donald Trump, who, thanks to the global rejection, was being able to be combated because there were families in cages. There is the SBP program 20, of Remain in Mexico, which they obligated Mexico to create another area during the pandemic. Title 42, with Trump took advantage of. And this application of CBP1, which was also a restriction to the right to asylum, when people could present to request asylum at the ports of entry. There they could um, request asylum. With CBP1, this disappeared and now has been annulled with Trump. CBP1 was also a strategy of despair because there were people in some of the shelters that people ended up crossing because they had to wait for months in Mexico. And who are those who have been rejected? These policies being restricted, the poor, those who don't have that much, they face the toughest situations, and in this context, these they end up being disposable migrants. But the U.S. has also had an escape valve because they need the manual labor that migrants provide. Then there's these policies of displacement because they attack the sovereignty of other countries, wanting to colonize territories, let's say, or take over foreign territory. And it's a crime to criminalize innocence. And I will just quickly read. Um,
Mucha gente está nerviosa. Este gobierno
Many
de una
people are
forma
nervous. This government is kind of threatening the population, especially Hispanics. And we don't know what's going to happen. And people are returned to their country of origin because there's a lot of fear amongst people, comments. There's a lot of fear, and people are thinking of leaving to their country of origin. And the previous mandate by Trump is saying, they're saying it's worse. The rhetoric is almost twice as strong as before.
It's Hello. The interpreter's not able to hear the sound.
El qué hacer es lo que hay que plantear, ¿verdad? Hay muchas organizaciones en
There's
Estados
many
Unidos
organizations in the United States for of immigrants who are making a movement, finding a way how to respond to this situation, giving a speech from Mexico of economic in front of economic power. It's also important. For example, the president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, had to be forced to militarize the border, as well as the previous Mexican president. In regards to the Mexican caravans and Guatemala and Mexico with a
Luego en
border.
Honduras se aprobó
In Honduras, there was an executive decree, which is, well, the governments. There's like a planning and connections with the central governments and local governments, and they can see for the people that arrive firsthand. And then there's articulations with organizations, and then there's also talk about immigration, but they're completely disconnected. But then also we have organizations, the capacity of a response. They're the same in which they have managed previously, but there's more people than what will be the amount of response. But if there's articulation, um, there will be a organization in the many organizations in the US are fighting for TPS, the DACA, Dreamers. So there's these types of experiences, and also how to organize from the countries of origins to be aware of these people who are abroad, in which unfortunately terror this has been um, given fear amongst Latinas and Latinos that are very important, in which they're fully aware um, that they're giving a hand of this, and that raise their voice also in regards to this, in are being called criminals, which they're not. They're hard workers. So these are my final reflections. How to all of us get together to develop strategies in regards to human mobility. In the South perspective, it tends to be only our fa- the this phase, and where also that the employee where they have employment, and then they leave because they have a way that it's not dignified. They also have a right to home and an education, because immigration tends to be like some type of face, a symptom that only happens in regards to context. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. We thank the coordination of this project of human mobility, Dr. Dina Rios Martinez, who has been given the inaugural conference, Elements for Analysis of Human Mobility, a human, s- a global site in something which we can work and continue working in our country. Thank you very much. We're now going to continue our first panel, in which is called Sociopolitical Context of Human Mobility in the United States and Latin America. Amongst the moderating, we have Dr. Luis Torres Hostos from the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley. And we also have uh, our panelist providers, We also have Cesar Augusto Perez, Dr. Luciana Gandini, and Dr. Vidal Oyola, and Dr. Guayaquil. We're gonna get to know more about them before going into the next panel in regard to context in the United States and Latin America. Professor Hector Castillo is professor in the School of Social Sciences in the Autonomous University of Honduras.
Universidad Nacional
He
Autónoma.
also worked at the University of Honduras as a professor, a researcher, publication monitor, and analysis in regards to nutrition and food internationally, and also talking about the preservance of food at the United Nations. He has more than 20 years of experience as in teaching, training. This is Master. This is Dr. Tejas Garcia. So and also this is Dr. Ana Gonzalez, Masters of the University of El Salvador. A, we also have
Interamericana. Experiencia profesional con más de 25
professional experience for more than 25 years as a- of cooperation international wide. There's also according to along has been working one of the projects and analysis to um, reinforce the knowledge and technology of El Salvador. Um, there has been
participación en la conformación de redes
a good type of information amongst in there's also the higher education income which have been held by the European Union along the program Alpha. We can also know more about Mr. Dr. Gonzalez and Dr. Luciana Gandini. Dr. Luciana Gandini, she is part of the institution of judicial investigation, a study about internal displacement, and both of them are from NONAM. Right now, she's an investigator for in the Center for Latin America, Latin Studies at the American University of Washington. She specializes. I'm sorry, the sound is cutting off and the interpreter's not able to hear the speaker.
Estimado, se le apagó el micrófono.
Tienes tu micrófono apagado.
Ahora me escuchan. Disculpe.
Don Ever, don
Sí.
Ever, don
Así
Ever,
es.
disculpe, viera que todos los participantes estamos preocupados por registrar la asistencia porque el token no nos sirve y no sabemos cómo registrar la asistencia desde el inicio hasta el final.
Desde el inicio hasta el final. En unos
Para el
momentos,
certificado de participación, porque yo por lo menos tengo que justificar las horas laborales de asistencia a este evento.
claro, en unos momentos a nuestra especialista en informática, Jessica, les va a dar el tip especial para que puedan hacer ese registro con éxito. ¿Les parece? en unos momentos.
Muchas gracias, muy amable.
Bueno, solo me quedé, disculpen que tuvimos ahí problemas técnicos, se apagó el micrófono, no sé por qué, con la investigadora, ¿verdad? Con la doctora Luciana Gandini, ¿sí? Ok, entonces se especializa en políticas migratorias y de refugio en México y América Latina, inserción laboral y sociojurídica de personas en movilidad. Sus investigaciones recientes incluyen
Her research is in regards to voluntary migration and involuntary human rights, Venezuelan exodus, and immigrant Central American caravans. She has been investigating the sanitary crisis of COVID-19 and effective access for immigrant people, and also has done the comparative analysis of immigration and displacement in the Americas. She recently received the award Rio Grande for her book Caravans, given by American University, consider her best book. And this is now we're going to talk about Miss Maria Loyola, director of Ohio State University. She has a master in social work, and her investigations are focused on minor immigrants, unaccompanied migrant immigrants in in child
inmigrantes,
um,
refugiados,
level.
en la Escuela de Trabajo Social de la Universidad
She
de
also
Loyola
works
de
in
Chicago,
the School
donde
of
imparte
Social Work,
cursos sobre el bienestar
in which
social
she gives
y
classes of
político de
social
emigración.
well-being
Es
and
coeditora del libro
political of immigration.
y forma parte de
There's
varios
also a part
encuentros
of
interlocales,
she's also part of
nacionales e
several
internacionales, entre ellos la pasada
national and
Junta
international meetings,
Internacional, la red de jesuitas con migrantes de
and
Centroamérica y
who
Norteamérica
also
y el
works
Grupo de
with
Trabajo
Central
de Solidaridad con
American
migrantes y refugiados de la Sociedad
migrants,
Internacional de
and
Universidades Jesuitas. Ok, y
part of
finalmente
Jesuitas
tendríamos el tiempo
University.
para dar
At the end,
paso al
we have
panel
to talk
que
to
se ve
about
con la trayectoria de Brian Ray.
Brian
Él se
Ray.
unió a la Facultad
Uh,
de Trabajo Social
he
en
became part of the
2015
School of
en
Social Work
julio
in
de
Factor
2015 como
Present
profesora
in July of
asistente y
2015
también
as
es
an assistant
coordinadora
professor.
afiliada de la Red
She
de
is
Recursos
part
Humanos
of
de
an
la
affiliate
Universidad
professor
del Sur de
um,
Carolina y el
at the
proyecto Colaboradores
University of
de la
South
Iniciativa
Carolina
Juvenil de California, Universidad
in
de
the
California.
well-being of
Su
children
investigación examina la
in California.
epidemiología, la participación en los servicios y los resultados de los niños y jóvenes que son maltratados y llaman a
And
la
also
creación del sistema de
works
protección infantil en América
towards
del Norte,
the mistreatment
específicamente ha
of
examinado la
children
probabilidad
and
los
has
eventos
examined the
y las
probability
consecuencias del
and the
maltrato,
risk
crianza
factor
en los hijos
of
tempranos entre
um,
los adolescentes involucrados con el
of
sistema de protección infantil.
teenagers
Evaluó
involved
referencias
in regards
y
to
la
the
presentación técnica,
child
la toma de decisiones y los resultados de la investigación
system.
en fundación
There's
de raza,
also a
género y otras
foundation
características
regards to
demográficas
ethnicity,
y
race, and other
demográficas locales.
characteristics, and
Atendió las necesidades
some
específicas de
mistreatment,
los
and
adolescentes
was giving me
investigados por el sistema de maltrato.
certain
Brian ha fundado el
investigation
Centro de una
in regards to
colaboración de
mistreatment.
investigación
They have
entre
done a collaboration of
SRS en
investigation
inglés llamada
in
Wellness Lab,
John Wellness
con la
Collab,
intención
in
de
which has the
investigadores
intention to
profesionales
gather
jóvenes con el
professional
objetivo de mejorar
investigators
los
with the
servicios y resultados
perspective
para los
of
jóvenes en
improving
todos los niveles de
services
servicio.
for young
Actualmente es
people in
investigadora
every
principal en
area
dos
of
conferencias
service.
financiadas con
Um,
fondos externos relacionados con este esfuerzo. Bueno, hemos conocido
okay, well, this
parte
is
de los
all the information
excelentes ponentes que
about
nos acompañan el
part
día
of
de hoy.
the people that
Le doy paso
are with us
al
here today.
contexto y al panel.
This is where I give now um, next a panel of human mobility and in America, in the U.S. and Latin America, directed by Dr. Ostos. The interpreter's not even. Oh, there's. Good morning, Miss Dr. Old. Are you there? I don't think I can see you. The interpreter doesn't hear the speaker talking. Oh, there it is.
¿Me escuchan?
Can anybody hear me? Are you able to hear me?
Escuchamos. No vemos a la, no veo a los otros panelistas.
I don't see the other panelists or Miss or Dr. Ulda. Dr. Ulda, I believe you have your microphone off. Okay, here we're at.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Buenos días.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Adelante, Hulda, ¿quiere iniciar usted?
Dr. Ulda, would you like to start? Yes. Well, good morning. It's a pleasure. In this inaugural session, I don't think I can hear her. It's been a good start at this event. We're about to share this panel. We're here presenting on behalf of the regional conferences of social mobility in the Americas. We share a distinguished panel with participation.
Sí, yo se lo escucho.
Así es, la estamos escuchando.
Doctor, no sé si su conexión, si usted instaló
Doctor, I'm not sure if you're able to install the program. Okay, I can hear you now. Yes, I think there's a little bit interference, but I think everyone else is hearing me. Yes. Okay. Not just making sure. Well, as I was saying, I was introducing myself. Now I give your turn. Well, I'm Luis Torres. I'm the dean of the School of Social Work at the University of Texas of um the Valley of Rio Grande. We were the host at the last conference, and it's a pleasure to be here with all of you. Okay, we're gonna start with the panel. Previously, as I was saying, we have sent out some questions in order to talk about and give a dialogue amongst the panelists in which we're going to be moderating. After this conference in which Dr. Dina talked about some elements and analysis about migration, national and regional, we're asking us, we're asking the presentators, the panelists, that before we, to give us part of your context about the human mobility phenomenon, in which Dr. Nina showed us in regards to immigration in the country. How is this phenomenon is more of how it's a broader subject and then talk about it in questions. Dr. Gandini will be here with us for a short time since she has to leave for a meeting in which she has just been scheduled for. So if you would like, we can take this a step, go into context to talk about what's going on. The immigration subject.
Doctora Gandini. Muchas gracias, estimada Hulda, y muy buenos días a todas y a todos. Gracias por la invitación y siempre es un honor
Thank you so
colaborar
much
con
for the
la
invitation.
Escuela
It's always an
Nacional del
honor
Trabajo
to
Social y
collaborate
Económico.
with UNAM
Quisiera
and their
empezar
School of
explicando
Social
un
Work. I would like
poquito
to start
que
by
ahora estamos muy
adding
atrapados
some
en la
context right
coyuntura
now.
del
We're quite
nueva administración de Trump que condiciona claramente
caught
el
in
tono
Trump's
del
new
liderazgo
administration,
norteamericano, pero quizás hacer un poquito de previo de qué venía pasando. Y me parece que eso es
but
importante,
I
¿no?
would like to speak
Sobre todo
about a
para quienes
bit of
estamos
what
acá,
led
que
to
estamos
that.
muchos de nosotros
For those
trabajando
of
en
us
México,
who are
Centroamérica
here,
y
many of
Sudamérica,
us work in
tenemos
Mexico,
mucha
Central
diversidad
America. There
en
are
el sistema
some,
migratorio
there's a
latinoamericano.
dynamic full of
Y
history
poner
here,
sobre la mesa que había habido
but
condiciones
perhaps
cambiantes en los últimos años que se
sharing the changing
generan
conditions of the
claramente
last
tuvieron el
years
impacto
that are
tanto de los cambios de
of
la política de Estados
utmost
Unidos como
importance to
de
understand the
la
political
región. Me
changes
refiero
in the US and the rest of the
a un
region.
contexto de lo que
And I'm
hemos venido
speaking
llamando
about
de
the
crisis
context
simultáneas o crisis diversas
that
en
what
los
we've
últimos
called the
años, que es
simultaneous
cuando
crises,
surge la
multiple
coyuntura del
crises.
COVID-19, comenzamos a
When
hablar de una
the
crisis
COVID
que se
19
estaba
pandemic,
produciendo y a qué nos
we saw a
referimos.
crisis within a crisis. And what
Básicamente
do we mean by that?
a una movilidad cambiante
Basically, a
en el
mobility that is
que está
changing in
derivando
this
del incremento
continent
de flujos
that's
y
related to
hoy de las
the
condiciones de vida de muchos países,
um,
que lo que hicieron
decrease
fue
in quality of life of many
impulsar una
countries
nueva migración
that
del sur hacia el norte del continente.
pushed a
Y
new
uno de los
migration from the
perspectivos
southern
que
part of the
tenemos que
continent to the
valorar,
northern part.
uno de los desplazamientos,
First of
digamos,
all,
muy
one of the
presentes que
displacements
ha
that we need to
transformado la dinámica
be
migratoria
aware
en
of that
todos los
has
países es
transformed
el
this
desplazamiento
dynamic of
venezolano, un
migration is the
desplazamiento que
Venezuelan
lleva alrededor
displacement,
de 8 millones de
which
personas que
has
se desplazaron por
involves about
fuerza.
8
Y
million
eso es
people who were displaced
realmente,
by force.
simplemente para que pongamos en
That in
contexto,
itself is
esto
so
no fue un
large.
desplazamiento
Just to
millonario
add some
que se
context,
trajo,
it's
sino
a
más de una década,
displacement
es
of millions of
segundo
people
después de
that
la
happened
invasión de
within a
Siria, y muy
decade,
presente que se trata
second to
de
the
desplazados
Syrian
que no ocurren
displacement.
en condiciones de guerra,
But
¿no?
it's a displacement that doesn't
Crisis
occur in the conditions
humanitarias
of
que
war, but
no
rather of
necesitan. Pero eso ha generado
multiple
alrededor
crises,
de un
political, social,
30%, se estima
economical.
que entre el 29 y el
About
30% de la población
30%
venezolana
of people,
salió
of the
de
Venezuelan
sus
population,
lugares de origen hacia
left
inicialmente
their
otros países
places of
latinoamericanos.
origin
Ese es
initially
solo
towards
uno de
other
los
parts of Latin
desplazamientos
America.
que podemos mencionar
It's
a
comparable to other
posteriori, pero
displacements that we can speak about
me
in
parece
the
que
future.
lo que sería importante poner sobre la
But I
mesa es
think what's
que
interesting
lo
to
que
look
hace es
at
cambiar algunas condiciones
is that
importantes.
this
En primer
changes
lugar,
some important
se desplazó
conditions.
hacia otros países de
First
la
of
región,
all,
pero
they've
con el
gone to other
impacto
countries of Latin
la
America,
COVID, impacto
but with
económico, impacto social
the
e incluso sanitario.
economic,
Entonces,
social,
luego
health
muchas de las
impacts
personas
of
que se
COVID,
habían ido a vivir a
this led
otros
to many
países
people who went
solo
to
de
other
América Latina y el
countries
Caribe se
eh,
vieron
in the
sumamente
Caribbean and Latin
impactados
America,
porque
were
muchos llamamos
impacted by
integración
what we're
imperfecta,
calling
países que no
an
estaban
imperfect
acostumbrados a
integration of
recibir
countries that were not
migración
accustomed to
o
receiving
población
such a
o
large
flujos
influx of
masivos de
people.
migración. En ese sentido, con el impacto de la crisis, de la
Because of
pandemia,
the impact
es
of these
una
this COVID crisis,
reconfiguración de las
it
movilidades
reconfigured
un
the
surgimiento de más
mobility,
importante, y esto hay que decirlo, de las organizaciones criminales
and
que
there was
hicieron
a
de la migración
resurgence of
un
criminal
instrumento
organizations
de
who
ingreso económico,
made
que
migration a target and
todas esas
main
organizaciones
source of
criminales
income.
eran
A lot of
organizaciones
criminal
que veían la
organizations
migración en su
before
principal
were
ingreso, es
secondary
decir,
topics.
la
They
empresa
made
migratoria
migration their primary source of income.
creció
That is
importantemente
that
el año
this
y el año
industry
siguiente,
had
haciendo que se consolide la
this
movilidad y luego
area had a large
generando un
growth.
flujo del sur al
And there
norte,
was a large
¿no? Eso
flow once
claramente,
again from the
entonces,
south to the
para
north.
cerrar y para dejar lugar a los demás
And I'm about to
panelistas,
conclude here
decir que
to give a chance to the other
la
panelists to
situación
speak.
actual no es solo de
But
migración
the
México,
actual
Estados Unidos
configuration
y
is
del
not
contexto
just
mesoamericano, Estados
um,
Unidos,
in the
sino que es
Mesoamerican
un
context and the
conjunto
US. It
amplísimo de
also
procedentes del
it
resto del
involves
continente,
a
y
wide
ahí
range of
podríamos
people
hablar de las
from the rest of the
condiciones
continent. And then later we can
más
speak
diversas
about
y también
the
extraordinarias
conditions that
que generan entonces
and
un
the
efecto
effects on other
generador de
countries
migración y fomentan de nueva cuenta un
and
flujo
how these
hacia el
conditions
continente, en este momento en gran medida
impulse
financiado
this
en el territorio
flow of
nacional,
migration
fruto de los cambios de las políticas, como
north
decíamos
and
recién,
led to a lot of
población.
people staying in
Entonces, creo
Mexico
que
and
eso
led
me
to
parece que
politics
caracteriza la situación
policies like
histórica
CBP1 And I think this context kind of helps inform this idea of mobility in Mexico and has been impacting the rest of the continent. Thank you. Thank you, doctor. I will let Mr. Cesar Castillo from Honduras speak. Good morning. Thank you. Yes, when we speak about migration, we speak about a important configuration here. In the case of Honduras, the reconfiguration and the analysis and the flow of migrants is more recent. If we compare it to other countries like El Salvador and Guatemala, the population of Honduras has grown 36%. If we look at the last 2 decades, well, the populations of Guatemala and El Salvador have stagnated. And this relates to the topic of natural disasters, like in 1988. But there are also new crises like unaccompanied migrants, um, in some cases in which the government intervened to curtail this crisis. And these crises were also imposed by um, laws in the in Mexico, sorry, by the United States law. And the other crisis that also relates to this, the from the social organization, the caravans of 2014 after the crisis of the elections, the caravans of 2018 after the elections of 2017. There's a reorganization of migration. We speaking here of a political component in that moment. I think one of the larger protests were the caravans because they showed to the world the Honduran crisis. And it kind of showcased Honduras as a failed state that can't provide adequate conditions. And so these contexts have been developing, especially after the pandemic, which also impacts migration. Remember, borders closed at the time. The flow of migrants was contained, but once the borders were opened, the situation and the flow returned. And everything that was mentioned, the change, how does the migrant change? How do migrant women acquire more meaning, sorry, more value even within the caravans? Women started playing a fundamental role. They directed the caravans. Uh, there was a topic of protecting them. And the situation developed. And what's important to remember is that as a country, we have not contained the migratory flow and we haven't created and bettered the conditions to curtail migration. Great, thank you, Mr. Cesar. Ms. Ada Ruth Gonzalez from Lutheran University of El Salvador. Ada Ruth.
Bueno, creo que tiene, no sé si está, no la veo.
I'm not sure, I don't see her. Ada Ruth. From Loyola University, Miss Maria Vidal.
Okay, muy bien.
Very well. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank all the organizers of the conference and the host organizations. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's a true honor for me to be part of this panel and this conversation. I will start by saying that I'm a professor at Loyola University, located in Chicago, Illinois. It is a sanctuary city for immigrants, and as well as a sanctuary state. We're currently under threat by President Trump, who wants to withdraw federal funding promise if we don't comply with federal with migration laws. Chicago is a traditional city of entry with a long history of offering refugee and rehoming migrants. 21% of the city of the residents of Chicago were born in a foreign country, and many more people live in homes of a mixed legal status, and there is a great diversity of the countries of origin here in Chicago. But there is a big Latino presence. 30% of residents here identify as Latinos. In the last year, Chicago has received 51,000 immigrants transported to Chicago from border states, with politics and governors that are anti-immigration, especially Texas. These immigrants, such as Venezuelan immigrants, are receiving support from NGOs while they wait for a work authorization and a decision on their asylum request. Right now, we have an imminent crisis in the city of Chicago and in the country with the end of the conditional status of DPS from Trump, where Nicaraguans, people from Nicaragua, Haiti, and other countries. Thousands of refugees had been approved to move to the US, including 15,000 Afghans. Trump also has suspended, sorry, I had already said that. With the end of DPS for Venezuelan, Nicaraguans, and Haitians, this is a problem for the city of Chicago. There is more than 500,000 people who live here who are in limbo, legal limbo, through the end of DPS. Trump has also initiated what he promised during his campaign to deport thousands of immigrants and has accelerated the deportation process. If these are some of the trends that are impacting the city of Chicago and this and the country. And I imagine that we will continue
Muchas
this
gracias.
conversation. Thank you so much, Dr. Vidal. Now, Dr. Rain.
Good morning. My apologies, and thank you for having me. My apologies that I don't speak Spanish. So if you haven't already done that, you might want to turn on the translation. So my name is Dr. Brian King. I am an associate professor at the University of Toronto in the Faculty of Social Work, which was part of the earlier introduction. I'm very honored to be here, to be part of this conversation, to be part of this conference today. And my work really focuses on sort of the perspective of the receiving country, particularly some of the institutional responses to migrants and racialized populations, particularly Latin Americans. And what we are really seeing is a sort of disproportionate and disparate response to Latin Americans from the child protection system, given and the challenge of that, given all that has been discussed today and all that is known today around why families leave Latin America, Central America, particularly, in order to sort of protect their families, to provide a better sort of opportunities, financial, economic. And in the context of Canada, particularly in Ontario, where I am, there is a very clear kind of response that is meant to be protective, but might also be threatening in particular kinds of ways, including family separation. And so while the sort of the border policies are not quite as violent as they are in the United States, certainly they are quite restrictive, and the response once they arrive is sort of not the haven that families and communities are seeking. So I'll speak more about that later, but I kind of just wanted to start with that introduction. And again, thank you for having me.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Con esto pues damos ya, como como diría el doctor Luis o la abuela, vamos con el plato fuerte un poco para entrar en materia con
Okay,
algunas
we're
preguntas que tenemos por ahí. Le doy paso, doctor.
Gracias, Master Hulda. Y gracias a
thank
todas las
you, Dr.
panelistas que
Ulva, and all the panelists who
el día de hoy.
are
No, no perdimos tiempo, los panelistas entraron de
we
lleno
didn't lose time.
puntos
Our
iniciales
panelists
a los
came
retos
right here on
inmensos que
time
vamos a
with their
tenernos.
initial
Pero a mí me
comments to
gustaría
these
que por un momentito
challenges that we're having.
hiciésemos un
I
paso
would
hacia
like for a
atrás.
moment that
Estamos en
we
un
take a
contexto
step
de la
back
disciplina de la profesión de trabajo
where in
social,
regards to a
identidad
context of
científica y
social work
investigación de
discipline,
práctica
which is
que se
a
centra en las
practice
fortalezas.
profession
Me
that
gustaría
is
que antes de que regresáramos a los inmensos retos que
focuses on
estamos experimentando hoy día,
I would say
específicamente por
fortresses,
los cambios
and
que se han dado acá, si pudieran hablar un poquitito de los
if we
beneficios que
could
trae la
take
migración
the benefits,
desde sus respectivas perspectivas, beneficios intencionales o no
and
intencionales. ¿Cómo nos beneficia
the
a todos la
how
migración?
does it benefit? How does immigration benefit all of us? The interpreter doesn't hear a response.
Pueden participar, creo.
You cannot
El que quiera,
participate.
quien entra aquí,
Anyone.
arranque el que quiera o la que quiera.
Solamente una pausa, doctor. La máster Ana Ruth tuvo una dificultad y no va a poder conectarse.
I think Dr. Rose had difficulties in connecting.
Gracias, Master. Cualquiera que nos quiera, me gustaría empezar con las dos colegas del norte entonces, la doctora Vidal y la doctora Bren.
Okay, I would like to
I wanted to
hear
start from a basic perspective
With
because you
Dr.
are in
Brin.
the profession and starting with how does immigration benefit all of us, all our societies?
So that was me, yes?
Either of you, either you or Maria, Dr.
Oh,
Vidal.
Maria, you start first.
Okay. Yo empecé hablando en español, pero
I began speaking in Spanish, but I migrated to go to the United States as I asked for your patience. I think all my comments are going to be in Spanish, and I want to thank the translator for the support. I believe, well, it's going to be Spanglish. Yo diría que
that are well known and are pretty obvious, like the important contribution to the labor force in the United States. Job creations, immigrants have created many jobs in a variety of industries. In fact, like the concentrated Mexican immigrant neighborhood in Chicago is considered to have as much economic power as what's considered the Magnificent Mile, which is all of the like high-end boutiques and stores in the city of Chicago. There's tremendous innovation that immigrants have brought to the country. They've been involved in the development of many new startup businesses, patents, etc. I also think just like the cultural diversity. I personally live on Devon Avenue, which is the most ethnically, racially, religiously, and socioeconomically diverse street on the United States. So I could begin on one end of the street and keep walking, and I'm treated to a bunch of different types of cuisine, different cultural arts. It's all of those things I think are really rich contributions to the community. Those are just a few things. I could go on, but I'll stop there.
I mean, I would agree with everything that Maria was talking about. I think a few other things that I would
Sí,
add really
pero no
is
trae
this
ningún.
sort of like the labor force. I'm also from the United States, both from New York and California, and so for me, like the culture is literally developed on the backs of immigrants, and how we understand ourselves is integrated in not just this sort of colonial white framework of European, descendants, but really this sort of rich tapestry. Whether that's actually true in reality and people are treated in the way that sort of should be afforded to them, is another question. I also think just bringing it back to social work, I think that there are many opportunities in terms of um, immigration to think about alternative forms of healing, of working with communities and families. When I think specifically around um, mostly migrant populations, but particularly Latin American communities, this kind of investment in family and multi-generational families that is distinct from this sort of Eurocentric, very nuclear family way of practice and policy. And I think that, if we're doing as we should as social workers and responding to the communities that we're serving, we're expanding our thinking, we are respecting kind of traditional and indigenous ways of healing and communicating and understanding and knowing, and even in research. So I think that these are important contributions and essential for social work to evolve, both in Canada, but internationally.
Thank you for that. Doctora Gandini, ¿quiere añadir algunos de sus comentarios?
Would you like something else? Just would like to think that immigration generally, we think about the positive effects of immigration in societies that belong to the northern area, like the United States. But I would like to mention for countries in Mexico that also immigration brings benefits, and especially in a context where a lot of immigrants are arriving, and as you can see, it's a way in which quantities, waves of migrant populations. But to put it in a perspective, people around the United States, 50% of the population are immigrants, while in Mexico, less than 1% it's a migrant population. Um, but giving us an example, there's also countries that they're not only from the northern area that can benefit from immigration, but I would like to talk about liberal integration for ACNUR, the national government, the local government, that it's a specific case for refugee population. But what we talked about at the beginning, the the forceful flow, and it's a important component that's immigrating to Mexico. For example, we're talking about the geographical um, disproportion uh, that can take spaces that can happen in the workforce area. So the integration of workforce area, how big is through sectors of um, the local the local labor market, which there's lack of work, of employment, because there's a disproportion. There's people in the south of Mexico, and also has to do with Central American migration to Mexico, and there's few people to take up spaces in the northern and southern part of the country. So it's a huge change, and business owners need these type of employees. So they have to relocate people from the side to the center of central Mexico and offer people space in the workforce area, but other parts of integration. I wanted to give this as an example because we see countries that have this stigma in which the northern part lose um, migrants and then on the south they earn. Uh, but we have to think of ways of how can we benefit and how my immigration benefits, how there's exchange knowledge um, in regards to destination and also in migrant people in which I will close up. Migrant people not only migrate for economic or employment reasons, but also to be able to live in a safe place. And this brings a huge benefit for people who migrate. We're also talking about two important aspects in which um, comes from the original the origin country, but who takes more benefit, the destination countries or the origin countries? There's also limitations and also benefits. Many countries like Honduras and country of destination towards Mexico, the United States, and Spain. So we're talking about economical benefits. For example, Honduras is one of the countries in which has a huge percentage of remittance. So there's a huge, strong economic area. So there's social capital and other um, the diaspora that's out there in the country. But we're always finding in speeches that remittances are only uh, f- remittances are only found in as a consumer. But we also have to know that in many cases at homes, it's that the provider, that the same person who is the main provider of the house, whether from Honduras, United States, or Honduras, um, especially the remittance, it's not it's not to help keep the country established, but we can see in the communities that many of the of young people that now go to school or they go to private or university or school, if they didn't have this remittance, maybe they would not have the opportunities, and that's a way to improve quality of life and also in regards to health. It's interesting to see at this moment that um, doctors are switching to public system, and not only they also go to small cities to provide their services in regards to their minutes in regards so that's why it's very important to speak about the benefits. For example, we're talking about an economical um, subject in which some countries need types of employees to work. But like in countries like Spain, um, there's a lot of demand for caregivers. We also have um, the majority of migrants that go to Spain are women.
Muchas gracias por todos esos comentarios. La realidad es que sabemos que la migración beneficia a todo el mundo.
Well, we
Y creo
know
que
that
una de las razones por las que no tenemos la voluntad política para resolver los problemas
to solve the
y permitir
problems and
una migración que
allow
sea menos complicada.
immigration that is
Vamos ahora
less
entonces
complex.
a
Let's
lanzarnos
move
a
on
la parte
now
profunda de
to
la riega.
let's get to
Creo,
the
creo
deep end
entonces
of
no
the
va a estar
pool,
nada
and
eh,
hopefully we all know how to swim.
considerando las políticas actuales
Considering the current
migratoria,
policies
empezando
of
la
the
cancelación de
US
fondos
government,
para
including
fondos
canceling
para el desarrollo internacional,
funding from
la persecución de
USAID,
personas
the
indocumentadas en Estados
persecution of
Unidos en
undocumented
aumento,
people in the United
la
States, which is
frontera
increasing. I'm
exterior,
here on the US Mexico
y
border.
inmediata extradición
The
de personas
imprisonment
indocumentadas,
and
la
deportation of
militarización en el borde
undocumented
sur,
people, the
todo
militarization
esto que
of the
estamos
southern
empezando a ver
border,
todos
and
los
everything
días,
else that we see on the
planes de
news.
utilizar la base de Guantánamo en
The
Cuba para
plans to
detener
use
inmigrantes,
Guantanamo, the
la
Guantanamo
propuesta del
base in
presidente de El
Cuba to
Salvador,
hold
que
detainees,
los
the offer
devuelva
of the
a
president
las
from El
cárceles de El
Salvador
Salvador, ¿no? Todos esos
to
problemas,
hold detainees
cómo está
in the
impactando
prisons there. How are all
y
these
todas estas
problems
acciones que ahora
impacting
que
this
ya han empezado
rhetoric
las
and these
elecciones,
actions?
ahora
Because
con las
action has
elecciones
already
del
started.
próximo
We're
año,
not just
cómo está
speaking
impactando
about
en cada
rhetoric
uno de los
here.
países del BRICS.
How have these impacted each of your countries? I don't know if I should start. It's a truly a complex topic. There has been a lot of cooperation from USAID. Funding from USAID had a very specific component when it comes to immigration, regardless of the conditions they were working under. One of the one of the functions of this funding was to prevent the flow of immigrants. So it's a very strong impact um, when it comes to the people in the communities, because these projects were working directly with the communities and economic development locally, insecurity, justice, and other topics such as democracy and at a national level. This was all funded by the US to some degree, and so it's a very strong impact. Also on the topic of infrastructure, because we estimate it was $130 million a year going into different areas, infrastructure, security, democracy, but also in support, supporting people in vulnerable situations, and they're the ones who will be mostly impacted. This work supporting people directly through these institutions, these people and these communities. We foresee an increase in poverty and difficult conditions. It's also important to see how we can support and try to lose these existing resources. It's truly a big impact that we're seeing in that sense. And on the topic of immigration policies, is prosecution of people who do not have a legal status. This fear that people experience even in going to work because they might be taken and deported. And the Honduran population is at risk. We have more than 260,000 Hondurans with a deportation order in the US, orders that can be carried out at any moment. We have the idea of canceling DPS, which expires on July 5th. We have more than 50,000 people who have this temporary protection. And this idea of fear that Hondurans feel in the US, but also fear from Hondurans here in the country. What can the government do to support this population? We have had a flow of deportees. It has reduced, but we have not been able to support these people. At this time, the government has mentioned that the returnees, more than 30%, their goal is to immigrate again. They do not plan to stay in the country. So we should look into how can we develop action plans. The government has developed a plan in terms of humanitarian assistance by providing a financial bonus and food as well. And also on the topic of development. But here the challenge is how to develop this. How can we allocate resources? How can we improve conditions so that people can? Because we really have to work on in two senses. On one, the people who returned from the migratory route who were captured in Mexico and deported, or captured once they crossed into the US and then deported, and two, people who were in the US for a long time and who have had a different experience. That could be a challenge and a benefit and an opportunity to develop processes in the country. But we need to improve conditions in terms of access to resources, in terms of security. Security is a tough topic here in the country. One of the main factors is a lack of economic resources, lack of jobs, but also an underlying topic is that of security. Because even though it doesn't, it's not quantified in the surveys, um, we do know that there is this underlying theme once we analyze the data. The topic of violence is a big factor in immigration and the extortion. A lot of small businesses have closed due to extortion here in the country. Thank you.
Maria, you're muted.
Sorry, thank you. I was going to say I could go ahead and respond. As we've heard from many of the different presenters today, that some of the new policies or executive orders that the Trump administration has issued, 10 in fact in this short time that are immigration related, have resulted in a tremendous amount of fear. I would even say terror in immigrant communities. His heightened enforcement has included an expansion of immigration enforcement in places that in practice were previously considered protected spaces, like schools, places of faith, and hospitals. So I can share a couple of just examples that I've seen. Um, my daughter Gabby is a school social worker in Chicago Public Schools, and she works primarily with immigrant children that have significant learning disabilities and children that need support in their social emotional development. So many of these children have been making great progress, and the kids that she works with, she says they were always at school on time, never missed a day of school, and really needed the services provided at the school, in addition to some of these supportive services, even things like meals that are provided at school. And all of a sudden, initially, like after the inauguration of Trump, many of the kids were staying home from school because the school now has become a new site for immigration enforcement in the interior. Some churches in Chicago even initially started canceling Spanish services because they felt they would be a magnet for ICE raids. Now, I think some of those churches that have that initially did that have resumed their services, but there continues to be a great amount of anxiety. I work a lot with the National Pastoral Migratoria, which does migrant to migrant ministry in 50 parishes in Chicago, 45 of which are, well, now it's national too, but 45 of which are Latino parishes and 5 which are Polish speaking parishes. And so they've asked us to support them in developing peer-led self-help groups to address the anxiety, the stress, and the depression that's experienced in these communities, because many of their parishioners just do not have access to mental health services. Even in my school context, I'm at Loyola University, which is a Jesuit Catholic university, and I just returned from the border visiting with Jesuit migrant services and refugee services. And I was struck by the number of religious workers, many who are international, who are working in humanitarian aid for migrants and refugees, asylum seekers across the whole migration trajectory, are worried that their religious worker visas are not going to be renewed. Same thing with international students and interns. And I can go on, and colleagues who work in refugee resettlement and humanitarian aid and development agencies have lost their jobs. I do want to say I guess make another point. I mean, I know we've talked a lot about Trump's policies, but they really are a continuation of other policies that have really pushed people out. And then those are the trends of like crimmigration, this nexus between criminal and immigration law that is leading to a lot of detentions and deportation. And yeah, and some of our like earlier immigration enforcement policies beginning in the 80s and continuing through the 90s and are heightened now that increase the internalization of the border and leading to deportation. If we have a chance later, I may be able to talk a little bit about that because that's had a huge impact.
I can speak briefly. I think,
Can I,
yeah.
Dr. King, can you give me one quick second?
Yeah.
So I'm going to speak in English and Spanish. So first of all, I've been told that there's a group of students that are there in person, even though the inaugural session is meant to be virtual. There's a group of UNA students that are there in person, and we don't have interpretation in the room in person. So when folks speak in English, I'm going to try to summarize and translate. And I should have said that before Dr. Vidal started talking, because now I'm going to have to try to remember everything she said. Lo primero que voy a hablar en inglés y en español porque me indican que hay un grupo
First
de
of all,
estudiantes.
I'm gonna speak in English and in Spanish because we don't have interpretation in the salon. So I'm gonna try and speak.
Y lo segundo es que estoy teniendo problemas de audio con mi computadora y estoy escuchando simultáneamente en el canal de YouTube la traducción, pero hay un retraso de unos 10, 12 segundos.
So there's a delay for 10 or 12 seconds. So please have patience with me.
I'm having problems with my audio, and I'm also simultaneously listening to the YouTube channel through my hearing aid, but there is about a 10 to 12-second delay. So bear with it. You know, when there's a problem, we find a solution. So Maria, Dr. Vidal, if you would allow me to try to summarize a few of the points that you made.
We would help me.
Unos cuantos de los comentarios que hizo la doctora Vidal al español para beneficio de los estudiantes que están allí de manera presencial. Primero, que muchas de las políticas
Well,
que
first
están
of all, the majority of the politics that the federal U.S. government is saying is that has the effect of terrorizing people amongst the immigrant community in Chicago and other parts of the United States. Even churches that have Spanish services have taken drastic measures to cancel Spanish services for fear of bringing the federal authorities. They talk about her daughter who works at School of Social Work, and they talk about how these children suffer from anxiety and worry because of what's going on. They also talked about the work that um, they with a parish that in Chicago of 50 churches in which they're asking for help to facilitate programs to manage their emotions, in which there's very high. Um, Also, at the end, I would like to finish that something's very important that we have talked about current President Trump's politics. That we have to remember this is not something new; it has been taken to another level. But this is a continuous of policies that have been continuing. What's this of immigration?
Dr. King, do you want to go next? And then, and if you can speak in chunks to give me a chance to be able to translate.
Sure. So I think, you know, one of the challenges in Canada is, that we are not the United States, and we're
Um,
constantly comparing ourselves to the United States. Um, and I think, so there's like, we are deeply influenced by United States politics, both, in an effort to distance ourselves from the sort of most egregious versions of it, but also because it activates the same kind of strand of racism and all of those same elements that exist here. So, I think we are both impacted by and independent from what is happening in the United States. I think as it relates to um, what is currently happening, I think one of the there are few avenues for legal migration to Canada for Latin American groups. There was one program specifically targeting Venezuela and Colombia. I think that's kind of full, and they still have not made they still not have not approved it. And then there are sort of temporary worker opportunities, but beyond that, most of it is like skilled worker programs, which speak to like a different kind of class level. But I think that one of the things that may happen is that there is a perception that Canada is actually friendlier because we don't have such obviously, again, like I said earlier, kind of violent, restrictive policies, so that more, if they can get here, more folks will migrate here without kind of the legal protections and will be undocumented here and will also exist in a state of sort of terror and, as my colleague, Dr. Henry Prada, described yesterday, this kind of liminal space of unknowing and being here. I'll let you sort of translate that, and I have one other point before I stop.
Muchas gracias, doctora. Al parecer, el doctor Luis no escucha
Thank you,
su,
Dr.
su micrófono. No sé si le demos
I
ayuda
don't
o le
think
damos
Dr. Luz is able to
Sí,
hear his
doctora, lo estoy
microphone.
mandando ahora por el YouTube. Es que hay un retraso, sí.
bueno,
¿Puedo
perfecto.
resumir
There's
muchas de los comentarios a la
a
doctora Canini
delay. I
para los
think I
estudiantes que
can
están allá de manera
um
presencial?
make a summary for the students
En
that are
resumen,
here
en
in
realidad hay
person.
pocas oportunidades
Actually,
legales
there's
para las personas
small
migrar
legal
a
opportunities
Canadá,
for
pero a la misma vez sí
people
esta
to
percepción
immigrate
que
to
venimos
Canada, but there's
repitiendo en
also
programas
this
que hablen de
perception
lo
that
favorable de la
the
inmigración,
Canadian
como si todas
government
las
is
personas que sí
more
fueran llegar allá van a
um,
vivir en las mismas
friendly,
condiciones, las
but people
protecciones
are
legales
also living in the same conditions without
que piensan que
the
tienen. En resumidas cuentas,
without
las
those
palabras
legal
mayores
protection.
tenemos que tratar
We have to, in
fortalecer
other
la
words, we have
migración
to try
legal,
to
transportes regulares, que es la mejor forma de
strengthen
proteger a nuestras poblaciones migrantes.
our immigrant population.
Doctora Gandini, si quiere usted entonces
Dr. Gandini, if you would like to go next.
Hago una última intervención porque lamentablemente me citaron a una reunión que tengo que salirme.
Yes, I'm doing a lot of observations as I have a meeting that I have to go to. I would like to say, talk about an idea. That's true. This has been taken to an extreme of this Trump administration. Something that's a very important change is that President Trump, as we had said at the beginning of this conversation, because of the growth of immigrants that are immigrating for forceful immigration, what has happened in the very last year is the growth of amount of for asylum, TPS, DACA dreamers, everything that President Trump wants to put an end with, which includes traditional control, which was give more deportations, amongst others. And this is something that I believe it's more elegant. Um, of course, we could see that the doors to asylum have been closing, but this is what I believe is a narrative that creates a fear and stress amongst the American population. But there's also show that people who from Mexico were on their way towards migration. So what happens? Well, Mexico has to take a role which the part is that migrants who were on their way and are being deported, whether Mexican or from other nationalities, it's strategic, in which shows that tariffs are also a threat to Mexico and other countries, so that um, immigration can be some sort of business. But there's also have been several arrangements with Mexico and South America. But I think this is evidence in which um, immigration control is exchanged for other types of things. Um, in regards to what's happening in Mexico, something that's important to let know, it's the increase of the military control, but it's not new, but it's being extreme, which is difficult to travel at airports located in the north, and also um, how the National Guard is even arresting people just for the fact for asking um, permissions uh, per, to reside in the United States. Um, so many um, people who thought that were going to continue to the United States have decided to return to their country of origin. For example, in Venezuela, there was a lot of immigration um, of other countries and has given um, in regards to regional immigration, at the end is to have an inclusive position. Not only think about receiving Mexican deported people, but other people in regards to the north to the south, south north. As you can see them that they're in the territory. So in regards to the deportation, the president opened up a program, and but in reality is that population that we're receiving um, and other migration peoples said there was a humanitarian focus, but we don't know if it's gonna be from the same from so with this coming to an end, is that there's going to be recognition and importance of attending to immigrant people. So in research study that we had done recently, we've seen that there's a tendency in the whole American continent to create an area for immigration. Um, and that's happening in Mexico. And there's new office to talk about the immigration matter, and also are happening in other parts of Mexico, so that we can coordinate for the rest of the government and non-governmental. We also want to talk about worker social work. Okay, even though I don't work in that area, but I agree with my colleagues as the Autonomous University of Mexico. There's a we want to give and pay attention and notice that the School of Social Work is giving a huge support. Um, right now, it's psychological uh, importance and also the immigrant population, as well as diagnosis, giving attention to human with mobility. So we would like you to here this immigrant action that's in the UNAM webpage. So I thank you very much because I was suddenly scheduled for this meeting, and it was a pleasure to be part of this conference.
Doctora Gandini, un gusto haber contado con su participación en este panel. Esperamos pues que nos acompañe en la próxima semana en nuestra conferencia ya en Honduras, ¿verdad? Y muchas gracias de nuevo por su participación. Vamos a ahora continuar con con algunas de las preguntas. ¿Qué preparaciones y respuestas están haciendo a nivel nacional desde los
What
países
preparations are being made at the national level at the countries
de migrantes o los países
from which,
Honduras,
in countries of origin,
Salvador,
such as Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Guatemala?
Bueno, ya escuchábamos a la doctora Gandini de México.
We listened to
Vamos a escuchar
Doctor from Mexico.
Mr. César
We
Castillo.
will
No
listen
sé si
to
por ahí
Dr. Cesar
alguna
Castillo.
de las colegas
I'm not sure if
en la universidad
one of our colleagues from El Salvador, from the University Andrés Bello, if they would like to share a bit about the situation in El Salvador, which preparations are being made at the national level at these in these countries. Before then, I would like to make a comment about the previous topic. Honduras also has another difficulty. Not only is it a country of origin, it's also a transit country. So it has a double role. In 2023, for example, according to to the registers, the documentations, more than 500,000 people transversed our country. And in 2024, more than 300,000 people transited through our country. In the case of Mexico, Guatemala, and Honduras, many people will remain in these countries. And now, after what the doctor mentioned, we have this topic of the return because some people are returning voluntarily, people from Venezuela towards this country. So now we have migration to the north, but also migration towards the south of people who are returning to their countries of origin. So we need to have that perspective because we're speaking of a country that not only are we a country of origin, we're also a transit country. And as more borders close, these countries will play a larger role. There's also the topic of the capacity that the country has to support adequately these populations in our territory, be it if they're traveling north or south. In this sense, it is important to look at how Honduras will operate in this context. There is a humanitarian response. The government is working on offering assistance to migrants to return to the country. There's a program called Hermano y Hermana Vuelve a Casa. It's a government program that involves two important aspects: humanitarian assistance and um, development support. Um, there have been resources of $1,000 for each person for entrepreneurship once they return to their communities. And these challenges there are a lot of challenges. On one hand, there's the economic um, resources. There are limited resources within the country, so providing the support will result in cuts elsewhere in order to support this migrant population. But the other topic is also how can we integrate these um, populations into our communities? We've talked about working with private agencies, with ONGs, but also as a result of these limitations of resources, a lot of ONGs have started to withdraw from these communities due to lack of funding. So the challenge is how can we support these populations? It's not just a matter of obtaining resources, but also what actions need to be developed to be able to create adequate programs that truly benefit these populations s- so that we may support these people who return. In that sense, we have worked with private agencies, with some government agencies. We're establishing relationships with ONGs as well, with agencies that work on improving economic development and supporting returning populations. If we don't improve these conditions in these communities in order to invest and improve and develop these communities, we will, the resources won't be used adequately. And we do need to get these resources to the people so that they don't face similar situations and have to emigrate once again. And how can we gather adequate data to identify the characteristics of these migrants to offer differentiated support? Why? Because of if we're speaking about deportees, self-deportees, and these ideas, people will return to the country who have lived their whole lives in the US and return to these communities, but they don't have families in these communities, so they're immigrants in their own land because their entire family immigrated and has a different legal status in the US. And so people will face these difficulties. So we need to work adequately with these immigrants in a differentiated, individualized way. There's also the topic of how to gain the trust of institutions, be them government agencies, to make sure that these and assure them that these resources will reach the populations. We saw in Honduras the topics of corruption, that a lot of these resources that are allocated don't reach populations. They're resources that get stuck along the way and sometimes are deviated to other areas and don't truly benefit the populations. So these are very big challenges that the government faces. Not only the government, but the idea of supporting the country is not just a government agency, it's the different agencies as well. The government is not responsible in this economic model of creating jobs, but they do need to work in collaboration with private agencies so that people can have work. Because if we speak about labor opportunities, there is a paradox because the main factor causing people to leave is employment, violence. But we say that we're going to create jobs for returnees, but we have not achieved that. Um, We haven't created these quality jobs. So we do need to set the foundations so that there's proper development and that we're inclusive and that we create the conditions in these communities to prevent people from leaving, not just starting initiatives that benefit those who return, but also projects that set the foundations for development so that we can also retain our own populations. The American borders have never been open, they've always been closed. And so now the policies have changed and there's a criminalization of immigrants. But from our countries, what we can do against these policies is negotiations, alliances, as an entire bloc of Latin American countries to approach these subjects. But we also need to figure out how to develop better processes to improve quality of life because we're not going to stop this flow of immigrants. And I emphasize the politics of the countries of destination. We also need to focus on our own policies as countries of origin and see how we can create these processes and attack these structural issues. And we need to think about deportations. How are we going to support our fellow countrymen and women who return in the economy here in Honduras? We need to go beyond the economy, set the foundations, set systems of development in place to really address the underlying issues and support those who return and being able to help our own populations and bettering their conditions to avoid immigration. Thank you.
Luis, si me permite, yo quería...
Luis, if I may, if I could continue the topic that Dr. Castillo mentioned.
Sí, doctora Vidal, y me indican
Doctora
que ahora los
Vidal,
estudiantes
now
tienen
they're
el
letting me
YouTube con la
know that
traducción
the
en
students
español.
have the YouTube channel
¿Tienen
with
desde
the
cuándo?
translation, so you can
It'll be easier. So I wanted to follow up on one of the themes that Dr. Castillo raised, this idea of Honduras now playing a double role in migration. One of being both a país expulsora, pero también país de tránsito. In the US, I think that in general, we just consider the United States as a destination country, but I think that, and not I mean, many people think that it's really now has at least a dual role. One of being a country, a receptor country, a destination country, but also being a country of expulsion because of the mass deportations that began decades ago and that are now being, continuing more. I There's a scholar who I really like, Daniel Kangstrom, a legal immigration scholar. So he talks about how we typically see the United States, as I said, a country of destination for immigration rather than a sending country. But he argues that for several decades, the U.S. has been deporting millions of individuals, making it a country, a sending country of sorts. And as Dr. Castillo mentioned, many of the people are being deported have made their lives in the United States and have stronger ties there than they do to their country of origin after having spent so many years in the United States. So he argues that the massive deportations from the U.S. have created what he's calling a new American diaspora that's comprised of these millions of non-citizens with strong familial, social, cultural, linguistic, and economic ties to the United States that have been deported back to their countries of origin. And largely in part because of some of these processes that we've talked about here, like the criminalization of migration, the internalization of immigration enforcement, the securitization, meaning focusing on international security rather than human security. And then also the externalization of our borders, as well as the externalization, or really almost total shut off of asylum. So leaving many people without protections, and many non-citizens subject to criminal penalties, detention, deportation, and disqualification for re-entry should they try. No te escuchamos, Luis.
I'm juggling two different devices. Dr. King, do you want to go next?
Sure. I just had a moment of needing to unmute. I think one of the things that I was thinking about in terms of like sort of preparation, and I know it's not the same in Canada, but I think one thing that's really important to highlight is that the Latin American community in Canada is largely invisible. And just like picking up on what was just talked about around like sort of understanding the full dynamics of who's coming and who's going and what their needs are, and sort of what is the unique constellation of needs based on cultural ties, trauma, separation, isolation. I think that in the Canadian context, this is a population that is small, but is largely unseen as a population that has specific kinds of support needs, cultural needs, contextual factors that contribute to more hostile treatment within the institutions that are here. And so, you know, what we've seen in our research is that Latin American families are treated differently by schools, by police, and by the sort of child protection system. And that there is a sort of a dual pathway here. One is that Latin American families are struggling because of this long journeys, this history of displacement and migration, and that trauma is disconnection is high, but also because they're invisible and there aren't longstanding communities here, there are not those kinds of supports that existed even in the United States or in their home countries that really sort of understand their, you know, the language, cultural needs, all of those specifics. And so the impact of being here, being so separated, it's sort of like an island, even though it's on the same continent, given the sort of the conduit is the United States. That like whatever challenges they're experiencing may get expressed in higher rates of family violence and other kinds of issues that bring them to the sort of negative attention of these institutions. At the same time, there is, despite the fact that there isn't a lot of social attention to the needs of this population, there is heightened surveillance in these, you know, in these institutions about that, and the narratives about Latin American migrants, Latino migrants, is based on some of the rhetoric that is embedded within U.S. policy. So there is a way that, you know, families are sort of stuck. There are not a lot of resources that are culturally responsive, and they come to the attention of these more punitive systems. And what we see here is a pretty significant overrepresentation in the most kind of punitive spaces, even when it might be necessary. So I don't think, I think that that's only going to increase without the kind of energy and resources and visibility that this community needs.
Muchas gracias por los aportes y ya como que vamos a ir un poco concluyendo. Y quisiera
Thank you very much. And now that we're almost close to concluding, giving the final word of this panel that has been help us enrich ourselves, we would like to ask a question in regards to the role that you're playing or that students can do and professionals in social work. Unfortunately, We have Dr. Unise, Professor Unise, if she can give us her input um, the from the University of Mexico. What role or can can professional social work and students play along in helped out these um, in regards to this matter of human mobility?
Sí, yo puedo empezar un poco porque recordemos un poco el papel
I can start. Remember, the university has three fundamental functions: academic, investigation, and regulation. The role of the university is fundamental because when we're talking about um, an academic side, but when we talk about social work in institutions, it's very important because we can, as in my perspective, that social workers can incorporate sensibilization process and amongst the communities and certain um, uh, workshops and the development of the students, and also to show prevention, especially in immigration, other risks that immigration implies. What are the advantages and disadvantages? And once they're familiarized, they can know the risk that they're running, and that way we can prevent immigration, but also the economic and social point and development, specifically to in the communities that they work or develop their programs and projects. This other subject is people who may become in worse conditions that when they came from, so they need some social assistance in order to be able to reinstall themselves in their own communities and be able to understand the immigration path. So this is why social workers are very important in regards also as well, showing um, the immigrant help with their families, especially those that have been lost during the travel on the way to the United States. Um, and work with those people through their homes and those places. Also, let's remember that one of our the defense of human rights, it's some type of job that has to develop to the defense of immigrants' human rights. Also, the impulse or the motivation work or accompaniments in regards to public politics, whether it's nationwide or local. It's very important what we contribute to these type of formation of people that work in this subject and that develops um, evidence in regards to the subject and um, public politics. So all of this is very important with the incorporation of social workers in regards to immigration. Immigration is a very broad problem, so we have to contribute in regards not regards to the economic discipline and health discipline. So it must be an integral role in which also what they show like is intervention and coordination to be able to work together, and that way give a general response in regards to economic development, also for um, these
Excelente, muchas gracias.
populations that are
Y
coming
yo
to
podría
our country.
continuar, pero hoy estoy de
Well,
moderadora
I
porque
would I would like to give
porque vamos a
my
dejar la
input, but
palabra
I'm a moderator at the moment.
a su
Sí,
entonces.
maestra, no sé si hace rato me dio la
Um,
palabra, no sé si la pueda
Así
tomar o
es,
después de la
I don't
maestra.
know if I can continue.
Muy rápidamente,
Well,
sí,
very quickly.
gracias maestra.
Thank you.
Tendremos ya el espacio propio,
Thank you,
pero pues
Professor.
sí,
We have our own space,
ya
but
hace ratito la
since
maestra Gandini dio
Ms.
algunos aportes
Gandini
que
gave
se está haciendo
this
desde la
information
universidad,
in which
ahorita estamos,
what's being done
la
uh,
UNAM
s-
sacó una
from all the way
plataforma
from the university.
sociocultural, sin
Um,
embargo, ya hay
and
un trabajo
however,
previo, ¿no? De
there's a
muchos años desde
previous
la parte de la
jump
investigación, desde la
in
parte
regards to
diagnóstica,
the
y ahorita está una plataforma de atención
there's
atención psicológica, atención jurídica y que se le va a ir sumando más esta plataforma. Pero la experiencia que tenemos desde la Escuela Nacional de Trabajo Social va en dos sentidos. Uno, como decía el maestro Fernando, tenemos una acción ya formativa, pero también una acción de intervención, de atención, que es a partir de las prácticas escolares. Tenemos ya grupos,
We have
procesos de la práctica
groups
que
and
que hemos
processes
estado trabajando con
that
este
have
tema
been working
desde hace más
on
de
this
12
topic
años,
for more than
desde la
12
práctica
years,
comunitaria, desde la práctica
from
regional y desde la
local and
práctica
regional
de
practice
especialización
and
de las instituciones que
specialization
seguimos trabajando,
practices
ya sea a
that we
partir
have
de
been
la realización
developing,
de diagnósticos o
be it
acompañamientos,
through
¿no?
diagnostics
Pero también,
or
bueno, por un lado, en
accompanying
nuestro plan de estudios
people. We
tenemos un
also, in our
subtema que se llama
degree
una
plan, we
materia
have a
optativa
subject,
para las y los alumnos
an
egresados del
optional
2019, donde estrategias de
class
intervención con personas
called
migrantes
Strategies of
refugiadas o repatriadas
Intervention of
forma ya parte
Migrant
de
Asylum
nuestras
Seekers and
materias y la
Refugees.
opción que tengan
It's
los
one of
alumnos
our
para ir
subjects, and
perfilando
students,
su intervención o sus
so
procesos
students can start
hacia alguna temática.
learning
Entonces,
about these processes and
tiene que
applying them
ver
to
y
their
coincido que
um, study.
que estas atenciones no solamente nos competen a los trabajadores sociales, sino que se tiene
These
la
things are
visión
not just
integral
the
desde muchas
responsibility of
disciplinas
us
y
as
desde
social
muchos
workers.
espacios,
It
¿no? Para
also
poder
applies to a
tener
lot
una
of other
incidencia
disciplines and
de
spaces
mayor contundencia.
so
Ya
that we
tendremos
can
el
have
espacio para
more of an
platicarles de
impact.
las experiencias de
We don't
cada
have
escuela, pero
the
quería hacer
time
esa
to speak
interpretación.
about the experiences of each school,
Muchas
but this
gracias.
is what I
Muchas
have to
gracias,
say today.
doctora.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Sí, si quieren, yo puedo seguir.
I can continue.
Bueno, voy a intentar en español.
I will try to speak
Mejor lo voy a hacer en
Spanish.
inglés para hacerlo más rápido.
La queremos escuchar en español.
Ok, entonces voy a intentar.
We want to listen to you in Spanish. Okay, I'll try it.
Una
Just
semana súper
please be
rápido. So,
patient.
tenemos
The School
ya
of Social Work
hace
in
20 años
Loyola,
una línea, una especialización de trabajo
for
social con
20
refugiados y
years,
migrantes.
we have a specialization in social work with refugees and immigrants. It's at the undergraduate and graduate level, and it gives the students knowledge about the immigration policies of the U.S. and immigration dynamics in the region, and different types of intervention that are culturally relevant for immigrants. We also have exchanges or internships at the Jesuit University of Mexico, but we do want to expand this program to include other universities. Our university students do an internship in communities um, of expulsion and transit communities and return communities. And the students who don't do an internship internationally can do it in organization that provides services to the immigrant community here in Chicago. This has been going on for some time. We also have immersion programs on the border and in the interior of Mexico. But what we have been doing recently is looking at the direction that immigration policy is taking here in the country, which make entry into the country more difficult, is that we're trying to maybe add a focus on how us as social workers can help protect immigrant populations that are vulnerable and that are already in the United States, especially now with the new immigration policies. So we're adding to the degree plan student preparation of how to offer trainings to immigrants about their rights and how they can protect themselves um, during immigration raids. Also, how to help families create an emergency plan and tutorship or custody, and when it comes to deportation. And we've also designed a curriculum that prepares students to do forensic studies of mental health to help in the case of asylum, in other cases, um, to provide immigration relief. We have also added a bilingual program in Spanish in our master's program. It's bilingual in English and Spanish. There is so much immigration diversity in the US from with so many languages that we're adding courses for students so that they can learn how to work with immigrant families and, and using interpreters. And lastly, a lot of the research that we do help inform policy and programs, health programs, physical health, emotional health of families, of immigrant families and communities. And apologies for my Spanish. No, it's perfect. Thank you so much. Dr. Brink?
Thank you. I was just reflecting on the fact that in Toronto, where the University of Toronto is, and my faculty is, that your program sounds amazing, and all of that effort is incredible. I will say that I don't think that this is a common feature of most social work programs across Canada, and certainly not in the United States, although maybe more so there. In Toronto, where the University of Toronto is, over 45%, almost 50% of the population was born outside of Canada. And yet, understanding the impact of migration, movement of people, the circumstances under which people immigrate is not necessarily an expected feature of social work practice, although we are increasingly integrating that understanding. And I think opportunities like this, where we're in conversations internationally and really understanding what is coming, what is going, and who the populations are that we're serving and what are they bringing. So, much of my work is in the child welfare system, the child protection system. Over the last 10 years, there is an increasing understanding of this intersection between migration and precarious immigration status and child welfare involvement, and really bringing that to the fore. I also have a lot of colleagues in the United States, and the response to family separation and unaccompanied minors is driven by social workers, and they may not necessarily be prepared to be thinking about these journeys and the histories and the contexts and the needs of the populations they're serving. So this has to be central to our practice. As social workers, we are expected to sort of advocate and to meet clients where they are and to try to resource them as well as possible, but without like really critical learning and context and understanding the policy, we are not always in the best position to serve the communities that we're serving, even if we're serving refugee and migrant populations that have had these very difficult and challenging histories. We are not adequately prepared. So, you know, at our faculty, we have courses, but there isn't, you have to opt into that. And until that is truly integrated into our understanding of how we should be practicing as social workers, we are, you know, increasingly so. I was so struck by the number that we heard this morning of 281 million international migrants in 2024. This is who we are serving, right? We are not only serving our, you know, our current populations, we have to be able to be responsive to some of these global challenges, to understand the contexts that our communities that we're serving are coming from. And it really needs to be more integrated into kind of standard social work education and practice, not just in these kind of, and the specialized programs are amazing, but not just in those sort of isolated spaces with committed folks who are deeply invested in that.
Thank you so much for that. Master Ulda, adelante, ¿quiere las palabras finales?
Ms. Ulda, would you like to have the final word? Yes. From the School of Social Work here, we also have multiple initiatives. In 2022, we started this initiative of the regional conference through an accord with UTRGV. And it has truly been a very fulfilling experience. We want to have these programs that Dr. Loyola from or UNAM, all these attention processes, research services. Since 2022, through our subjects, the courses, these ideas of people in transit, of human mobility, from that perspective, we're reaching areas of research. We have a class on design of public policy, and our students are part of these praxis in these institutions. And so they're looking at the design of public policy and they're contributing to the situation. Obviously, the topic of political coincidence, we have a lot of a long road ahead of us. Uh, Here today, there are some colleagues from social work that work in government agencies, in NGOs, international organizations, attention centers for returnees. We have achieved to have social workers in these institutions. I don't know if Dr. Luis remembers, we didn't always have social workers in these centers of attention to migrants, but now we do. And I think that's an achievement. And we do have a lot of challenges, as Dr. Cesar mentioned. Working at creating these collaborative projects across disciplines in order to make these interventions from the perspective of social work. We know that immigration relates to structural problems in these countries, but all of us from our own disciplines can contribute. We hope you've enjoyed the panel, and we will close with these words. I'm going to hand the mic to Dr. Luis because we're about out of time.
No, gracias, maestra Ulda.
Thank you, Dr. Ulda. My deep gratitude to all of you at the University, Autonomous University of Honduras for organizing this extraordinary panel. In this context, almost 300 people online, plus people attending in person. And as a reminder to those listening to us and those of us on this panel, is to remember that those who are in a condition of human mobility are not just numbers, they're not just balls that can go back and forth. They're human beings, they're sisters and brothers, cousins, grandparents, mothers, fathers. And we need to resolve the issues that we have compassion and, and attention to human dignity. That's one of the things that we're asking from social work and from our sister disciplines. The challenges are vast, but the solutions and ideas are a lot. So let's continue to work together in order to help solve these issues in a way that benefits all of us. Dr. Ulda, the last word. Okay, I think we're good. I'm gonna hand the mic over to our MC. Thank you so much. This was the panel Social-Political Contest of Human Mobility in the US and Latin America. Thank you so much to our moderators, Dr. Luis Torres, Dr. Ulta, the panelists, Dr. Cesar Perez, Dr. Ada Gonzalez, Dr. Luciana Galini, Dr. Maria Loyola, and Dr. Ryan King. And now we will have a break in the conference. In today's conference of social work and human mobility in the Americas, we will return at 12:30 with a closing presentation, reflections on processes of human mobility in the Americas. I know a lot of you are going to have lunch. Please enjoy your lunch and we will be back in some moments. Good afternoon. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
a la novena Conferencia
Good
Regional de
afternoon,
Trabajo
everyone.
Social
We're
y
going to
Políticas
resume
Humana en las
the
Américas,
conference,
políticas, estrategias
the Ninth Regional Conference on Social Work and Human Mobility in the Americas, policies, strategies, and approaches to working with migrant populations.
Trabajo social y movilidad humana en las Américas, políticas, estrategias y modelos de abordaje con población migrante.
So we're going to look at strategies, approaches, and policies to working with migrant populations to look at human mobility in our continent from the collaborative work of different departments of social work in Canada, the US, Mexico, Central America, South America, public organizations, and local and international agencies. To start the following session, we have the closing session, Interventions of Human Mobility in the Americas, presented by Dr. Mario Luis Fuentes Alcala, coordinator of higher learning development of UNAM. And I will share a brief bio. He's a doctor in political sciences from UNAM and doctor in political theory, academic coordinator of higher learning, and a researcher of research studies. He's a member of the International System of Investigators. He's an academic coordinator of research and development. And he's a professor, graduate professor of UNAM School of Social Sciences and Politics. And he is a former member of the board of the Autonomous University of Mexico. He was the president of the board and the prevention of discrimination. He has been awarded multiple awards on multiple occasions and recognitions of good practices in 2008 and the award Rostros de la Discriminación Gilberto Rincón Gallardo in 2013, and he has a lot of research. So now we will begin this closing presentation of this ninth conference of social work and human mobility in the Americas. I will now cede the microphone to Dr. Mario Luis Fuentes Alcala. Go ahead and welcome. We can't hear you.
Doctor Mario, no.
Dr. Mario, we can't hear you.
¿Escuchan? ¿Ya me
Can
escuchan?
you hear me? Yes, now we can.
¿Y tienen la presentación ahí ustedes?
And can you see the presentation? Yes, we can, and we can hear you perfectly. Let me see. Let me adjust this. I'll start off by saying thank you for this opportunity for dialogue. And, and this dialogue that is a reflection of everything that has been said so far. And if I may, let me see.
Y a ver si le podemos dar el número.
Let's see if we can go to the first slide.
No, déjame llegar a la primera diapositiva.
Let me see if I can get to the first slide. See.
Es que se metió en la otra, ¿no? No es esta.
Looks like I'm in the, it's in the other one.
Disculpen, pero es que se me hizo una
Apologies.
trampa la máquina.
The machine. Let me cancel this one. What I'm hoping to do is to offer a reflection of the context. I did have the opportunity of listening to the previous panel.
Lo hago desde lo que conozco más, que
And
es
I'll speak from what I know. And I'm more familiar with the
algunos de mis
context in
compañeros
Mexico. I know that a lot of my
hayan
colleagues in
hecho
the School
alguna
of
mención de
Social
lo que
Work
estamos haciendo en la
have
universidad.
already mentioned some of our work here at the Autonomous University of Mexico in order to be able to study and understand from this academic perspective the efforts made
Para poder coadyuvar a un mundo, déjeme empezar ahí, un mundo en donde el eje sea nuevamente la garantía de los derechos.
In a world is where there's a guarantee of human rights, a globalization where this element was fundamental at the end of the 90s and especially of this first 20 years in the 21st century, a situation in which sometimes it's threatened for a new globalization that's being input for in the form of a new power from the United States. The United States, in which President Trump is, the interpreter can't hear the sound. There's problems with the sound.
No le logramos escuchar, doctor Mario. Creo que está teniendo dificultades con la conexión porque en estos momentos no logramos ver ni su presentación ni logramos escucharle.
Dr. Fuentes, I think we're having trouble with your sound. We're not able to see your presentation or hear you.
Doctor Mario, aún no le logramos escuchar ni logramos ver su presentación. Por si
Dr. Mario,
gusta,
we're still not able to hear you or see your presentation. In case you're able to hear
a
us,
usted.
we're not able to hear you.
Probablemente el doctor Mario, su laptop puede ser que sí es Mac.
Probably Dr. Mario, if his laptop is Mac, It has to give him permission in order to project. But if he has problems with WebEx and didn't install it in his computer, maybe that could be that problem, that difficulty.
Bien, mientras el doctor se conecta, leeremos un poco sobre el contexto de la red.
While Dr. Mario gets connected, we're gonna read this information. The National Worker of Higher Education. There's been diverse reflections in their conference, binational conferences. Human mobility continues by social phenomena in which they force citizens and human rights in human mobility as intervention models as well as the ninth conference of human mobility in which migrant population has as a goal to reflect in these process come together and think about solutions. People and universities from Canada, the United States, America, Central America, um, civil society, and um, international. Now, in one moment, Dr. Mario Fuentes Alcala will be with us. He's the coordinator of higher education seminar and the development of. Okay, I think I solved the problem. I completely apologize. I hope you're able to see our my presentation. We were able to see you and hear you, but we're not able to see your presentation. I completely apologize. One moment. If you're able to hear me, yes, we can hear you. Let me see if I can solve this problem in regards to the presentation. First of all, I apologize for the technical problems. First of all, I give thanks to this regional conference for giving me the opportunity and giving this presentation. Second, I also like to give thanks for being able to come with these types of reflection, which I would like to highlight and give out these ideas. First of all, I would like to give this thought that this mobility problem along with this human process.
Por una parte, estamos sosteniendo que la época que surgió desde la Segunda Guerra Mundial, la época donde creemos
Since World War II, in which we thought that there's a structure, there was a structure of governance. At the end of World War II, as we all remember, the great constructions of the United Nations, a construction of financial system internationally, of new institutions in which we could assure what was given back in the 1950s, given a complete inclusion, this great of the ODMs and
Esto es lo que
ODS.
hoy está
So this is what
literalmente
we're
contra la pared. Por una
was
parte, tenemos una nueva
against the wall. We have
estructura
this new
que se
structure
está
in
conformando de una
which
manera muy
it's
retórica, pero muy amenazante. La renuncia de los Estados
building
Unidos
in a
a
very
aprobar
threatening way.
distintos acuerdos, sobre todo el Acuerdo de París, la amenaza o el
The
señalamiento de
threat
renunciar a la
or the
ONU se
signaling in
plantea
regards to
la nación
renounce
magnitud más fuerte de las Naciones Unidas
the
Estados
United
Unidos
Nations, the
está
United
planteando un
States
nuevo,
are
esquema
planting a new
de,
scheme
no de gobernar,
of
sino de
not
articular
of
una
government,
nueva
but
relación con
governing,
el
but to
mundo. Y
articulate
eso
a
nos
new
lleva
relationship
a
with the
darnos
world.
cuenta que
And
este
that
contexto,
takes us
el
to
contexto de
realize
la
that this
movilidad, el
type
contexto de
of
nuestra
context of
movilidad,
mobility,
está
of humanity, of our
consciente de un nuevo
humanity, is
reto.
under
Y por eso
a
también la
new
pregunta que hacemos desde la UNAM
a
es
new
cómo
era.
estamos comprendiendo esta
So
enorme realidad de una
we're
nueva
wondering if we're understanding this new
organización mundial
reality of a new
en
worldwide
lo que es difícil
organization
de
in
predecir.
which
En ese
is
sentido es
unpredictable.
importante dar cuenta que este
It's
nuevo
very
proceso
important to
gira
understand
en
that
un
this new
contexto de una
process is
gran
given in a
impunidad.
context of
Las naciones,
great
los países
impunity.
poderosos
The
invaden
nations
otros
and the
y
powerful countries
no
invade
es suficiente
others,
los
and it's
reclamos, los
not
señalamientos, los exhortos
enough
del sistema de Naciones
claims.
Unidas.
Uh,
Es un tema que
it's not
evidentemente
enough
ahorita
with the
está
system of the United
llevando
Nations.
a que
It's
como dice el secretario
subject in
general de
which at
Naciones
this
Unidas,
moment is taking
la
us to,
impunidad se ha
as
impuesto
the
como una
General
manera
Secretary of the
de
United Nations
desarrollar.
has
Bien,
said,
parece ser que tengo
this
problemas con la
impunity
presentación, entonces
has
déjenme comentárselas, no la
been
logro
taken
presentar,
to
pido una
establish.
gran
Okay,
disculpa,
since I'm not
déjenme
able to
ver
show the
si me puedo
presentation,
seguir aquí.
then I'm going
La
to
presentación es
continue it on my own
se
without
les haré llegar a través de los
images,
organizadores
and I'll be sending it
sobre
to
esta
you through
presentación.
the PowerPoint. I'm
Una
sending it to you
parte
through,
Países de
through the
origen o a otro donde
organizers.
residían, ¿no?
As I was
de que
mentioning,
al final de este
this at the
siglo,
end
déjenme
of
pensar
this
en 20,
century,
parece
of
ser
the
que
20th
pasamos de la
century,
consigna no dejarme atrás
we
a una consigna de
will
que
talk about
sálvese el que pueda, porque
saying,
finalmente parece ser que
okay,
estamos
well,
en el mundo de los
save
deseos.
yourselves because
Estamos ante un mundo
we're
en el cual
under
la impunidad,
the
la enorme realidad
those who
de
are of great power.
un sistema de Naciones Unidas
We're
que se había
under a
convertido
system of
en
the
un
United
lugar de
States
impunidad.
that has
Y
been
será el gran planteamiento que nos acompañó el siglo XX.
that
¿Qué nos decía el secretario general de Naciones Unidas en
come with
aquel
us
momento?
during the 20th
Las
century.
desigualdades siguen
The
siendo el
inequalities
elemento que
are
genera
being
las
an
mayores
element that
necesidades de un
generates
mundo
greater
no ha logrado ese
world,
mundo de inclusión. Pero la
greater
desigualdad y las desigualdades están
dimensions in
generando
which the
algo
world
que sin
has not
duda a
come
nuestras
to
generaciones
inclusivity.
nos toca enfrentar.
But
El
our
animalismo del hombre.
generation
Y en ese
has to
sentido, creo que el
um,
primer contexto que me gustaría
confront.
remarcar ante ustedes
And the first
es
matter
la
that I would
nueva
like to
globalización que todavía no se define
say,
como
it's a
decimos
new
la
globalization,
centralización
but it still
del
hasn't
sistema mundo,
refined.
como le decía, va a
But
imponerse en los
we have an
50 que se planteó en
idea
los 50 que será
of
el
the world
finalmente
system
erosionado.
that took over in the
Siempre se ha
1950s,
de sostener que está en proceso de seguramente
in which it's
en ese sentido,
another one is
es
under a
importante
process. At the
que
same
demos
time,
cuenta que vivimos en
we
incertidumbre.
have
Y por
to
eso es
live
tan
with that.
difícil
We have to
percibir y
understand that
ser
we
tan
live in
reconocible.
uncertainty, and that's
Por
why
eso es
it's
tan
difficult and
describible.
unrecognizable.
Una, esta
Um,
red regional, la conferencia regional de
what
trabajo
we
social y
show in
pensión.
this
En ese
network
sentido,
of
hay un elemento que
social
preocupa
work,
enormemente.
the thought
Hace
of thinking.
25 o
There's
30
something
años,
that worries. 25,
el lenguaje
30
del
years
mundo,
ago, the world
del
language,
mundo era garantizar los
it
derechos humanos.
was to guarantee
Es un
human
concepto,
rights.
una
It's
propuesta,
a
una doctrina que está
concept, a
hoy
doctrine
subsumida
that
en toda esta
today
retórica
is in
de la nueva
this
fase de este siglo XXI,
rhetoric
del
of
deseo del
new
25.
this
Por eso
new
repito, la pregunta es si estamos
21st
comprendiendo
century.
lo que se está
So that's
quitando, lo
why
que estamos
we're
perdiendo,
asking if we're
y si
understanding
estamos
what we're
logrando
losing,
describir
or if
lo que está
we're
sucediendo.
able to
Y
describe
en ese sentido,
what's
mucho
happening.
del esfuerzo tiene que
And
ver con darle un
this
contexto que se
way,
dice
it has
fácilmente.
to go through
La
what we're
llegada
told
al poder
easily.
democrático de muchos
Upon arriving in the democratic power, majority of the governments that described themselves as conservatives. And what happened to Germany recently? What happened is in our countries, it's not only uh, the to accept tolerance.
Este proceso se da dentro, lo que bien nos decía CEPAL y otros organismos de Naciones Unidas, que estamos en un proceso de megatendencias. El contexto de las movilidades se da en
The
un
context
proceso
of mobility is a result of megatrends. It's not just a matter of demographic change, societies aging, of societies that face long processes
joven
of a
que no logra tener
adult
su calidad de vida
population
cuando uno pensaba en
that
sacar adultos de
has
México,
not
no hay
accomplished
manera de ser
what they
autónomo, no
expected
hay manera de
to.
ser
There is no
independiente,
way
no
to
hay
be
vivienda,
autonomous or
porque no hay trabajo,
independent because there's no
porque los
housing,
territorios son hostiles.
no jobs,
Y esta
there are
tendencia de cambio demográfico se
hostile
da en
territories.
acelerado
And
la
these
degradación
trends
ambiental.
of change
Yo
also are
prefiero llamarle
exacerbated by
degradación ambiental porque el cambio implica
environmental degradation.
degradación ambiental. Y esto
And
hace que
this
se eliminan las
framework
desigualdades. Y por otra parte,
will
estamos viviendo, y veamos
exacerbate
el
these
caso mexicano,
inequalities. And we're
una
seeing, at least in
urbanización que
Mexico,
cada vez está más lejos de
urbanization
esta habitabilidad
that is more
que
and more
jugaba las
removed
marines como
from
verdaderos
habitability.
hábitat. Una urbanización desordenada, fragmentada, segmentada, que genera
Disorganized,
grandes
segmented
procesos de
society that
exclusión.
creates a
Por
lot
eso
of
las
processes of
movilidades tienen que
exclusion.
transitar
That's why these
en territorios
mobilities
urbanos que
have
son
to move through
espacios
urban
muchos de ellos
territory
inhabitables,
that a lot of times
muchos de
are
ellos
a
que
space that is
generan más
uninhabitable.
exclusión.
They
Y de ahí
exclude
esta paradoja de
others,
espacios
and here
urbanos
in the
que
paradox of
incluyen
human
generando
spaces
exclusión.
that
Está
include
segmentando
by
nuestras ciudades.
generating
Obviamente
exclusion, and
esto se
cities are
da
being
en un
segmented.
proceso en que
This is
pareciera
a
ser que la
result of
polarización en el
processes
discurso
of
político se convierte en
polarization
una
as a
manera
political
de
discourse
gobernar
becomes a way
democracias
of
que se
governing
busca la
democracies,
hegemonía. En México
in
vivimos un proceso
where
de
there is a
nación, pueblo y
pursuit
defensa del
of
pueblo, en contraste
hegemony.
del gran movimiento que
In
ha
Mexico,
encabezado
there's
la
the idea of
presidencia los últimos dos presidentes.
of
Bueno, todo
the
esto
population and
pone
not
en el centro lo que yo quisiera mencionarles.
what this
No solo hay
puts the
una nueva
focus
ética
on.
que no estamos comprendiendo porque tenemos poca información.
There is
Vivimos
a
en la
little
impunidad, la
information about
desigualdad,
this current state.
pero
We're
sobre
facing
todo
inequalities and
no podemos
uncertainties,
renunciar
but
a
we
hacer
also
mención de la
cannot
enorme
denounce
complejidad,
the
la acelerada
enormous complexity,
complejidad
the accelerating
que
complexity
estamos viviendo y donde se dan
that we
movimientos
face and that we're living in,
movimientos
and
globales.
where we see these
Y hay un
global
movimiento
movements.
global que es muy
There
importante
is a
poner al
global
centro
movement
de la
that we
historia
have
cuando
to
hablamos de
center,
las naciones.
especially when we
Enfrentamos
speak of
el
our
crecimiento
countries.
económico en las últimas
Economic
décadas
growth in
sigue
the
siendo
last
muy bajo,
decades is
sigue
still
siendo muy
low.
corto, muy insuficiente para
It's
generar los
not
bienes
sufficient
y los
to
ingresos
create
para la
the
población.
goods
Más
and
allá
the
de la
income for
concentración
the
de poder,
population,
el mundo,
more so
América
than
está creciendo.
concentration of
En
power.
México tenemos
The
un
world is
pronóstico de
growing.
crecimiento del 25 de
In
menos del
Mexico,
1%.
there's
Eso
less
nos
than
provoca que el
1%
PIB per
growth.
cápita sigue siendo
This
casi
means
igual
that
que el de
our GDP per
2017.
capita is almost the
Hemos
same as
perdido casi una década.
2017. We've lost almost
Y
one
este
decade.
proceso de
And this process
impunidad,
of
desigualdad,
impunity,
confusión,
inequality, confusion,
incertidumbre, se da en un
uncertainty,
territorio
uncertainty,
americano o un territorio de las Américas de muy bajo
it
crecimiento.
can be
Y
seen
esto ha
in
llevado a lo que ustedes
American
conocen muy bien,
territory.
las
And you know
movilidades que
this.
se están dando en contextos
Mobilities
de desigualdades
occur
extremas.
in
La
contexts of
concentración,
extreme
la llama
inequality.
paradoja, la concentración no se
The
ha detenido. La
concentration
concentración del
hasn't
1% cada
slowed
vez ahora
down.
es mucho más
The
grande.
concentration of the
Y esto
1%
nos
is
habla de lo que
every
se
time,
perdió, por lo menos
it's
la
bigger every
situación del
time.
2008, que pensábamos que el
In
2008 después de la crisis
2008,
financiera
we thought after the
habría
financial
posibilidad de
crisis,
construir un
there
mundo
was a
más
possibility
regulado,
of
un
building a
mundo
more
más regulado
regulated
con
world
estados éticos, confiables,
with
eficaces,
ethical,
eficientes.
efficient
Y no
states.
dudo en decir que aquí enfrentamos una gran discusión política e ideológica.
We face an
Aquellos que
ideological
pensamos que
political
el mundo requiere
conversation.
una regulación
those of us who think that the world needs to be better regulated, more ethically regulated, and those who propose and those who have won in these current American elections a dysregulated world, which is everyone out for themselves, of private entities. This is the debate. And so this context of transformation, of big cultural changes, we cannot ignore that these changes imply big cultural change in which technologies are instruments of cultural change. This situation and us as universities, we should foment this cultural debate. Even if it's just a push for more regulated markets. This new period that is taking shape constitutes the context should be fundamental. We know that slow global growth in the Americas implies fewer resources, fewer jobs, and a reduced capacity of protection, not to mention capacities of integration or reintegration. In that situation, the austerity that governments have faced in this century has eroded the abilities that we had, that governments had at the beginning of the century, governments that had created infrastructure and entities. In Mexico, we just dismantled this autonomous structure that was created in the 90s. In the United States, they're in the process of a huge reduction of regulating agencies. Fewer resources and countries in debt will lead to more inequality and will lead to a huge transformation in such a way that this process, we also see this in a process in which the territories are facing, we're also
No es
facing
solo, bueno,
environmental fractures that are generated by climate change. There's a fractures of territories, destruction like we hadn't seen, such as Acapulco or the last cyclones, destruction that generate mobility. But the topic is that these populations don't have where to go, and so they transverse hugely eroded environments. One something about the context as well is the infrastructure. We talked about the 20th century and the 21st, beginning of the 21st century. We talked about improving infrastructure, fixing sidewalks, um, eliminating some of the um, unavailable water infrastructure, for example. We're seeing infrastructure erode. And then on a global scale, we see infrastructure deteriorating. And this decline in infrastructure, it goes hand in hand with this reality of slow growth. In Mexico, there are 4 million households that don't have sewage. There are neighborhoods that don't have sidewalks, they don't have lampposts. Many times when we speak about people returning to these territories that are largely eroded, the organizations that we have in the Americas, there are there is fragmentation and there is a generation of fragmentation, deterioration, and in that sense, what we have to face is that this deterioration of the infrastructure occurs in a context that we have not managed to well. Once the medical emergency of COVID ended and the confinement This generated generational impacts that we haven't resolved. We know that students from COVID, elementary students in COVID, have got lower learning of Spanish and lower abilities of processing numbers, for example. These students who lost knowledge and something very fundamental if you're 12, 15, 10 years, language, social abilities, abilities of spending time with others because of confinement. Confinement affected these abilities of learning and psychological and emotional abilities. So we're seeing this in the university students, and this has generated more inequality as well because the children and the youth, the teenagers with larger income, they have more than those um, with not as many financial resources. That's why when we speak about mobility, we're talking about people that once they're stagnated in territory due to the changes in the politics and migratory politics and the realities of our policies that have been established. This is a population that is stuck in territory that is not habitable. In that sense, a very important element is that we have not, um, in the populations that walk, be it days, weeks, or months, we start to see a reduced biological capacity. The populations that move a lot, they are affected in their health, not only the stress and uncertainty, fractures, and robberies. It's simply because there's no process to make sure that they're vaccinated. There aren't processes to provide follow-up care. We have an obesity epidemic, malnutrition. The populations that are in movement are also being affected psychologically, biologically, because it's not just a matter of seeking shelter, and it's people who have already been diagnosed as having diabetes, or they might have, and they show signs of cancer, but there are no diagnostic services, and the medical system in Mexico is oversaturated, and private doctors in Mexico are
Y esto lleva
supplementing
obviamente a
public
un mayor
health options, but this does lead to an overall decline. So when we speak of mobility, we need to speak of these groups walking when you're from 5 years old, 5 to 10, or in your 80s, walking by yourself or walking with someone who depends on you. Mobility in its complexity should be addressed, and that is one of our challenges because this reality is that populations that walk, be it Mexicans or from other countries, they transverse territory in very informal ways. There's no guarantee of medical health care or support for aging populations or for orphans. In that sense, this mobility, it's mobility without social security that exacerbates these processes. Every time we see more clearly gender inequalities, men, be them local or from other countries, make more money than women. The inequalities are increasing. And one of the contexts that are more complex are mobility that presents itself in territories where justice is facing challenges as well. Being able to denounce crime, such as rape, being able to achieve justice. Mexico is in a process of judicial reform, but they're in a process right now. In that sense, walking where there is no way to access justice, it displaces populations in positions of vulnerability. Um,
movilidad. Y esto nos pone enfrente,
and
porque
this
¿dónde se camina?
puts
Ustedes seguramente, como
brings
yo,
to
hemos visto varios
like the
mapas
question of where
en
people
donde se
walk,
dice
because you might have
dónde
seen
se
some maps
el
of
crimen
where
organizado en
people
Colima,
say the
dónde
presence
está el cartel Nueva Generación Jalisco, dónde está el cartel Sinaloa, dónde está el cartel
Where's
centroamericano
the
de
Central
Latinoamérica.
American
Bueno,
cartel
pues
or from
son
Latin America?
territorios que están
They're
controlados, muchos de los
territories that are
por
being
estructuras
controlled by many of
territoriales
them by
totalmente,
structures of power.
yo diría,
I would
avasallantes,
say
que realmente ponen
completely
en mucho riesgo a la población que camina.
powerful,
Y en
in
eso
which
no quisiera ser
puts
simplemente,
the
como lo he dicho
population
en
under a lot of
los paneles
risk.
pasados. Obviamente
As
hay
I mentioned in the
procesos,
previous panels,
virtudes,
there's
procesos culturales. En muchos
virtual
lugares de
cultural
México, como pasa en
process,
América, la
as
apropiación de
in
las
Mexico
culturas
and
conlleva
America,
que
the
enriquece la
cultural
cultura del sur.
appropriation
En muchos
in
lugares
which
del sur del país ya
enriches
la
the
comida mexicana
cultural
es parte de
nation.
la oferta
Actually,
diaria.
Haitian
Hay
food
un
is now
proceso de
part
simbiosis cultural profundo que se está dando. Sin duda alguno,
of our
muchos de ellos serán
food.
virtuosos.
And
Claro,
of
muy
course, many of them
probablemente
would be virtuous. And
sorpresa, pero sin duda se habla con
I
mucha
say it
fortaleza
because
de
there's
cómo la población
with a
haitiana
lot
que
of
llega al sur
how
central,
the Haitian
sociedad haitiana,
population that comes
familias haitianas que
to the
trabajan, que hacen
south
crecer
of
enormes.
the
Y también
of
se
the
generan
city,
enormes prejuicios
and there's
hacia otras
also
poblaciones
prejudice amongst
autóctonas
other
y
um,
racismo que es muy
populations
circunstancial en
and
mucho de la cultura
racism,
mexicana, sí se observa.
which
Lo que
is
yo quiero plantear es
fundamental
que la
in
movilidad se está
Mexican
dando en
culture.
sociedades con
What I
un
would like to say is
nuevo
that
anudamiento
mobility
y
is
estructuras y
given
espacios
in with
sociales.
new
Sin duda hay
structures and
lugares donde
social
se está viendo
spaces.
nuevos tejidos
Um,
sociales.
w- you can see
Jóvenes
new
que tienen una relación con una
young
mamá
people who
mexicana o con una
might
relación con
have
alguna
a
población
relationship with
extranjera,
um, a
niños que
Mexican
terminan de
person or a
caminar para
foreigner,
relaciones
or
múltiples
children
países.
who
Y este
interact with
proceso genera una
people of multiple
transformación cultural
countries,
que yo
um,
creo que es parte de la
forms
discusión que tenemos
a
que tener,
cultural transformation,
racional y
which is,
reconocer.
I believe,
Y
we
esto
have
se da
to, it's
en una realidad, la
something we have
enorme
to
transformación tecnológica.
have
No hay
with
duda
each other.
que las movilidades humanas, uno de
But
los
there's
factores
no
que las ha
doubt
hecho
that
menos
one of the factors that
erosionantes, menos
um,
desgastantes, es la presencia
have
de las
been
redes de Internet, de estos teléfonos.
um,
Yo no he visto ningún
have been
campamento, refugio,
less
ningún lugar donde no esté la
has to
población
be
caminando.
because of the
Con la mano izquierda
social
sosteniendo
media.
un
I don't
elemento de
see
comunicación, de información,
as
los celulares.
the only
Los
thing I'm able to
celulares, la
see
red de Internet
from people
libres se han
is
convertido en
cell
elementos
phones
para
because
educación, para
it's
conocer, para
has been an
poder
element in able
tener
to
ciertos elementos de
find
información en
the
línea.
pathway to
Y
have
eso,
information,
en estas
understand,
movilidades, el
and
papel del
that's
Internet y
why
la tele, que van acompañadas,
the
se convierte en algo
electric
que debe acompañar
energy has to
a
be
todos, sobre
something
todo los que
that
caminan. En
goes
ese
with them,
sentido,
that's with them all the
esto es lo que
time,
yo estoy tratando de
especially of
plantear,
those
que es
who
el
are walking.
concepto de
And that's
movilidad.
what I'm trying
Pero
to say.
reconociendo algo que se ha dicho en este foro y en otros que ha
Believing that
hecho
I have
todas
what
las
I have said
entidades
in this
presentes,
forum and others
siempre hemos caminado,
is that
siempre
we've
hemos movido. En
always
México, y
walked,
lo señalo porque es un
we've
fenómeno,
always moved.
la población es
In
migrante.
Mexico,
Más de 1 millón
um,
de personas todos los años se mueven del este a oeste, de sur a norte, este a
especially
oeste. Esta población es parte de la
farmers,
movilidad humana.
these
No podemos
population is
perder la
part of
perspectiva y
human
por eso, así como en esta
mobility.
conferencia de hablar de movilidad,
That's why
entender que las movilidades en
in
plural están
amongst the
articuladas, están en
mobility,
reparticiones. Que
there's
no podemos perder de vista la
we
movilidad que
have we
llamamos hoy
can't
la, la
lose
movilidad forzada.
the
Opciones de
force, or
lugares que
not talking
tienen que
about
moverse porque se
um
perdió yo por la
mobility by
infraestructura,
force.
no hay dónde.
because we lost everything.
Movilidades forzadas, desplazamientos forzados porque se
Mobility that
benefician
were
del crimen
forced
organizado, de los hábitos de caza
because they have to flee due
internacional,
to the
¿sí?
to
Porque
organized
es el
crime
único lugar de refugio.
because
Entonces,
it's the only
movilidades
place for
incorpora una enorme
refuge.
cantidad de
So
elementos que tenemos que forzarnos
it
a señalar,
incorporates many kind
a
of
reconocer, a dar
elements
cuenta
in which
de
we
ellas.
can
Y por eso tenemos
um,
que
recognize.
recuperar la idea
That's
de
why we have
desarrollo de
to
movilidades, de
recuperate the
infraestructuras,
ideas of
una movilidad que esté en el
mobilities that we
territorio
speak
social.
of.
Lástima que no pude presentar
Fortunately,
esta presentación
I was
porque
not able to
esta
share my
movilidad también se
PowerPoint
da.
because this
Y sobre
mobility
todo que
is
estamos ya
also
en el mes
true,
casi de marzo.
and also
Entonces, si
because we're
ustedes
close
vieron
to
el mapa de
March,
calor que
and
les
you can
preparé,
see uh, a
esto
map
va a
that was
provocar
very
bastante que va
hot,
a regresar la
is
gente en
that
lugares
people
donde
are
no había
going
sombra,
to
donde tenemos temperaturas de
walk around
mantenernos
in
muy récords
a
históricos.
place
Entonces, el
where
territorio
so
con
the
sus
territory
olas de calor y sus olas de
along with
calor
their heat wave
es un
and
elemento que
their
debemos estar
heat hours, it's an element that we
conscientes de la
have to
enorme
be
realidad
conscious
de que
about the
influencia
huge
no es que
reality
los
that
controles de riesgos no
not
existan,
only that
claro que tienen que
some of
existir,
the
son
cartels
territorios
are
hostiles porque no hay
controlled it,
sombra,
but they're
porque no hay
hostile
agua
territories
y porque generan
because there's no
condiciones
water,
perversas de
there's no
explotación. Yo he visto en lugares
shade.
donde la
And
población
I've seen
original se
places where the
vende y
original
vende
population
porque las hembras de
sells
su
them.
árbol
Uh,
tienen una familia o les permite estar abajo
or
del árbol de la
because
familia o del jardín y darles un poco de agua a
they're
cambio de trabajo no remunerado.
um
Tenemos procesos graves, graves de
so we
explotación
have also
de la población local con la población que está en movimiento.
uh,
Y hay un
very bad
elemento que no puedo dejar
processes.
de mencionar.
And there's something
Si
that
ustedes
I
pudieran ver la
can't stop
presentación, es esta enorme
mentioning.
realidad
As you can
de
see,
que
this
México es
huge
un país donde
reality that
caminamos sobre
Mexico
fosas.
is
Más de
just a
6.000
place
fosas
where
se han
we
identificado. Se
walk
estima que hay otras
over
tanto, fosas que están
clandestine
identificadas, pero no se han denunciado por
tombs.
miedo a que sean
But
violadas sin
we
darse
haven't,
permiso
but
antes de
hasn't
la
been
identificación
bring out to the
del
light
cuerpo.
out of
Y esto
fear of
se queda ahí.
being raped
Muchas
or
veces lo
something,
decimos, a
or
México caminamos
some type of
sobre
harm.
cuerpos de delgado.
Um,
Entonces, en ese sentido,
so
la
this
movilidad
matter,
también tiene que
mobility
incorporar algo que
also
México es
has
muy
to have,
diferente. Muchas veces hablamos
in
de la
which
movilidad,
Mexico is
pero esta
always
movilidad
watching.
se da también con movilidades que
This
tienen que
is
ver con la violencia social.
made
Una
against
población que
with
se somete por el abuso del
social
poder,
violence
por la
because of
enorme
abuse
realidad
of
de
power.
que el Estado o el
For the
gobierno
reality where the state
local o estatal no
or
cumplió los
the local
compromisos o
state
abusó
didn't
del
go,
poder o quiere poner una
um,
estructura o una
or they
presa
want
donde no debe. Las movilidades sí
to
son
restructure
algo que
where
debemos tener muy
it is
claros,
supposed to go.
que tenemos que acotar y acotar.
We have to.
Termino con algunas
So
reflexiones
I'm
sobre
coming to an
algo
end
que
and give
en el caso
quote
particular
this reflection.
es necesario
Um,
preguntarnos.
it's
¿Dónde,
necessary to ask
dónde espera
ourselves,
la gente?
where
¿Dónde
do
se detiene?
people
Como
wait?
todos ustedes saben, como
Where do
expertos,
they
la gente no es que
stop?
camina
Uh,
continuamente,
You
pasa
know,
algo.
seeing people.
A veces
It's not that
retrocede,
they
a veces se
walk
queda en un
differently.
espacio que no es
Just sometimes they
identificable.
stop,
Puede ser
or they
a la
stay in a
afuera de una
space that's not more
estación de
convenient.
tren o de
It
camión,
can be outside a
afuera
train
de una
station,
estación
bus station,
de taxis. Se puede
or
quedar entre
taxis,
dos ejes viales para tratar cierta
in
protección.
which
Tenemos que empezar a
they
darnos
can
cuenta
stay and
que
see if they
tenemos
can
una
find
gran
protection.
incertidumbre, porque no
So we
sabe
have
si va a
to
poder hacer su
understand
trámite, o
that
más bien sabe que no va a poder hacer
um,
el trámite de refugio en Estados
we're
Unidos
not
y
able
se está
to
quedando en lugares muy
do the
remotos.
process of
Y las administraciones locales están en
going
una
direct to
eterna
United
encrucijada
States.
hoy. Por un lado, una
And
parte de la población local les dice,
everything
no ven
it's
ni
a
siquiera ni siquiera
paranoid.
se quedan. Entonces hay a
Apparently,
veces hasta el acceso a mínimos vitales de salud. Pero a
they
veces
have
hay
minimal
esfuerzos
access to
enormes de
health.
sociedad civil que les dan esa
So
oportunidad
sometimes
de una
there's
telecampaña. Poder identificar dónde sucede,
volunteers that
cómo
give
sucede
water,
y el impacto que
or
tiene en el grupo etario que
the
está
impact
esperando,
that
que tiene 5 años, o
um,
esperar cuando es adolescente.
where you have to
Poder
wait when you're a
reconocer
teenager or an
condiciones
adult. There's
psicosociales,
several
culturales que
dimensions,
tenemos
cultural,
que documentar.
in which we have
Y hay un
to
elemento que
write
debemos
down.
poner siempre en el centro de
And there's
nuestras
something
discusiones.
that we have to
Si toda
write
la
down
población que
in
camina
um,
o que se mueve está en situaciones de
mobility.
riesgo,
So if
los
they're in
más
a
vulnerables son las
risk,
niñas y niños.
and the most
Siempre. Y
vulnerable
es muy
are
difícil no
boys and
agrupar, porque no es
girls.
lo mismo
So it's very
no
difficult to be mobility when you're 12 or 15. Well, there's different type of population in regards to sexuality. If they're 5 and 12, where they're only learning how to brush their teeth or hands, these children are not living it. Um, in which Dr. Gandini mentioned, it's a country that's been militarized, that has been um, surveillance through all the spaces. So for that, I recognize and I know of the initiative of this conference because as university, we're forced to do much more. Overall, we're doing a continuance of what is being done at the borders for a um, public
que reconozcan en la movilidad una de las fortalezas del siglo XXI. Y en ese
in order to do for this, coming to my end, that has been done over to understand the context that's being given, and of course, gives us a huge risk and complexity. Well, once again, I apologize for not being able to share my PowerPoint, but I'll share them to you.
Doctor, solo mencionarle que logramos, mientras usted estaba hablando, proyectar su presentación.
We were able to
qué bueno que
show
no me
your
dijeron porque así yo
presentation
pude
when we were talking.
así
Well, actually, thank you for not letting me know because that way I could able to continue. Thank you very much for those that were able to listen. It was a guide in order to strengthen the argument. Thank you very much for your hard work and your invitation. It's a huge honor that I was considered in this
Muchas gracias. Él es el doctor
conference. So
Luis
thank you very
Fuentes
much, Dr. Luis
Alcalá,
Fuentes
coordinador del
Alcalá,
Semestre de Alto
coordinator
Semestre
of
del
the
Desarrollo de la Universidad Nacional
Higher Education
Autónoma de
Center
México,
at
UNAM,
the
al cual agradecemos a sus medios, ¿verdad? De la
Autonomous
DGCT, que
University
nos han estado
of
asistiendo
Mexico.
de manera informática y lograron proyectar
And
la
we also
presentación.
thank those who were
Muchas
able
gracias,
to
doctor.
show the presentation. Thank you,
Muchísimas
Doctor.
gracias. Muchísimas gracias. Gracias por la invitación. Gracias
Thank you very
a la
much for
Dirección de
inviting
Servicios.
me.
Bien, y justo pasamos con las palabras de cierre de la novena Conferencia Regional de Trabajo Social y Movilidad Humana en las Américas, políticas, estrategias y modelos de abordaje con la población migrante. Le damos la palabra a la máster Hulda Rosibel Borjas, jefa del Departamento de Trabajo Social de la UNA. Adelante, máster.
Muy buenas tardes, estimadas y
Good
estimados
afternoon,
asistentes,
everyone.
queridos ponentes,
Good afternoon,
académicos, estudiantes, profesionales y público en general que han
and general
desarrollado
public, students, academics, researchers, everyone who took part in this inaugural session of the conference. This ninth regional conference on social work and human mobility in the Americas, policies, strategies, and approaches to working with migrant populations. I would like to thank the 14 universities from 7 countries that are part of this initiative from 2016. And we saw from Canada, United States, Mexico, with their schools of social work, El Salvador,
Costa Rica,
Honduras,
que
Guatemala,
forman
Costa
parte de
Rica,
esta iniciativa. Es un honor
that all take part in this initiative. It is an honor to address you today in today's closing ceremony. It has been a very enriching day of reflection, the exchange of information, and looking at these things in the context of human mobility. Today's inaugural conference of the analysis of human mobility from a global, regional, and national perspective. The panel about the context of human mobility allowed us to better understand the challenges and opportunities that we face in our work, be it professional or academic. I would also like to thank the Dean of the School of Social Sciences, Dr. Fajardo, as well as uh, the president of the National Network of Institutions of Higher Education, as well as Dr. Carmen Casas. As well, we would like to recognize the president, Odin Fernandez, who also participated virtually. Thank you also to the organizing committee from UNAM, from the Autonomous University of Honduras, and all the universities that are part of these efforts. I would also like to thank Dr. Luis Torres Ostos, the Dean of the School of Social Work at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, for this initiative and for helping us and joining us in this panel. And we would like to thank Dr. Indira Rios Martinez, who presented the panelists, as well as Cesar Castillo, coordinator of the observatory at UNAM, Dr. Gandini, coordinator of uh, Dr. Maria Vidal, professor and director of social work, the School of Social Work in Loyola University in Chicago, and the dean of at the University of Toronto, Canada, and Dr. Apologies. And it is an honor for us to have initiated today's conference with such a rewarding conversation in which we heard collaborative and innovative solutions to approach human mobility in our region. We invite you to continue to join us on March 5th and 6th at our university, where we will have roundtable discussions based on the topics put forth today. We would also have main presentations and national and international presenters who will share their experiences and their research in the diverse areas. We'll have discussion tables having to do with these topics: public policy, international and federal policy, social intervention, working with youth, social work, human mobility, gender, experiences and professional proposals of human mobility, forced displacement, testimonies, resilience, violence and mobility. And two main presentations from Honduras and from the Autonomous University of Mexico about a political public policy in regards to migrant populations. The topic will be gender violence in the process of mobility and approaches with Dr. Asakura, researcher at the Center of Investigation and Higher Studies in Anthropology, Social Anthropology in the City of Mexico, and the panel on the impact of human mobility on social work, uh, in which 5 deans or academic coordinators will participate in the schools of social work that are participating. We thank all of you for your commitment, your enthusiasm, and we hope this is an opportunity to strengthen our knowledge, cooperation, and the support networks in social work and social mobility. Thank you so much and have a wonderful day. Thank you so much, Dr. Ulda Rosibel Borja, head of the School of Social Work at the university. And to everyone else who assisted today, thank you so much for joining us at this 9th Regional Conference on Social Work and Human Mobility in the Americas, Policies, Strategies, and Approaches to Work with Migrant Populations. We hope you have a wonderful afternoon.